Hello. Hello, hello. Is this still working? Yay! I can still be heard. That's amazing. I love that. Hi, guys. How's everybody? I hope everybody's doing well. Um, Closing out of tabs that I don't need. Okay. Hello, everybody. Sorry we're a little bit late. It's Father's Day. I had Father's Day dinner. And now I'm here. So I hope you guys have all had a good day wherever you are. Jet riding Optimus Prime, got to have a nap. That's amazing. I also got to have a nap for the first time in like forever. It was really, really nice. So how is everybody? I'm good. I've got my water here, my ice water, and my hot chocolate in my fancy little mug. Hello, Laser. When am I going to read more BSC? Soon. Hopefully soon. We've got a lot going on the live stream stuff. I know we've been reading a little bit less the past couple weeks since we've been doing Nancy Drew stuff, but I'm thinking maybe we'll have days of we'll have some day where I just do a bunch of the Nancy Drew games to try to get through some of them. Because there's only so many days in the week and so many hours in a day, and so it's just it's hard to almost said legislate. It's hard to schedule. Slandering Dawn has been a favorite pastime of mine. Mine too. Yeah. Hi, Jay. I stop. Oh, thank you. This is just I'm in my comfy clothes now t-shirt. Hi, Toonie. Restricting your account temporarily. Me. Why? Them. IDK. Oh, no. I'm sorry. That sucks. Ah. Good times. I love when people restrict me from my own money. But hello, everybody. I'm giving everybody a minute to come in. We are still raising money for the Trans Housing Coalition. If you look up in the top left, we are only $11 away from hitting our $500 goal, which is our Sailor Moon stream, where we read volume 3 of the manga, which is the next one we have to read, and also the first book in the I Own All 8 of the Sailor Moon Deke dub novelizations. So we'll read the first one of those too. Anna Martin's other books. I know. I love. By the way, all of Anna Martin's books that are covered here are going to land in the BSC extended universe. I know that they're technically not in the same universe as some of the other things, but all of Anna Martin's stuff exists on the same plane of existence to me. So that's where you're gonna go to find any of the Anna Martin stuff, live streams that we do. I must be really dehydrated because I'm yes, water. So who remembers where we were last time we read this? Not even last week. It feels like a week ago. It was not. It was 3 days ago. 4 days ago. 4 days ago. We read this on Wednesday. Hi, Chris. I have not watched the BSC movie yet. I've been super busy. Oh my god. I need to rework my schedule a little bit so I actually have time to breathe. And maybe then I'll get to crochet and watch the BSC movie. But so far I haven't watched it. But who remembers where we were on this one? Last time we were here, we started this book, which is a web serial. I believe they also make print versions of this now, but it is a web serial recommended by Milo. Shout out Milo. And it is an unauthorized fan treatise. Hi, Pizza. Good to see you. An unauthorized fan treatise on the nature of the relationship between actors Rob Hennings and Nathan O'Donnell on TV show Lock and Ness by Gotti Writes. So this is a fictionalized story where this girl is convinced that these two actors on her favorite show are secretly in a gay relationship, and she starts stalking them to prove her point and posting about it on basically what looks like it's supposed to be Tumblr. If you grew up on Tumblr in that era of Tumblr, 2013, 2014, 2015, you'll know exactly what they're going for with this. And as she starts stalking them, she uncovers a murder mystery. It's getting real spicy. So we were all like hooked on this. So I'll give everybody a second to settle. Oh, I should announce this. I should announce that it's on. I'm learning to remember. Okay. Let's see. Where's my Discord? Send a P.O. Box package to doesn't make content anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you can't say that about me. I'm making what some would consider too much content these days. Spencer's working on a podcast intro now as we speak. I'm really excited for you guys to start seeing that. And yeah, we're just vibing here. Part of the reason why I want to make sure that I'm reworking my schedule and everything, because I don't want to get like so tired that I'm ever at a point where I'm like, oh, I don't want to do this, because I'm not there, and I love doing what I do. Alright, sorry, you're about to get pinged if you're on the server. I apologize. YouTube isn't very good at sending notifications, so we kind of do what we can on our own. Yep. There we go. Alright. Let me also put look cute in purple. Oh, thank you. Again, this is an old t-shirt that I've had for forever. I used to save it. I think at one point I almost got rid of it, and then the only reason I didn't was because I was working on a show where stand-ins need color cover so that we can match whatever our character is wearing, and the character was wearing a purple kind of similar to this, and so I was like, well, I'll keep it because I need it for color cover, and then I don't have to go to wardrobe every single morning. I've been pinged. I'm sorry. YouTube, unfortunately, is not good at... Oh, hi, everybody coming in. Apparently a few of you got pinged, because as soon as I pinged, everybody came in. I'm here for like 15 minutes. Hi, Ellery. Thank you so much. We're glad to hear from you. That's pinged. And let me also... Wait, I'm missing things in chat. Yeah, you gotta go get your mail at the P.O. Box. Hi, Bay. Sorry I haven't been on. Don't be sorry. I'm busy traveling. Well, that's fun. I hope you've had fun traveling. And we're glad to see you now. Welcome back. I am just going to put... I'm gonna put a little shout out on the... What am I looking for? Nemo's Dreamscape. Old money vibes. Vintage music. Cool. Putting a shout out on the community tab. That's what I was trying to say. Because I've noticed that some people check the community tab who are not on the Discord. Live now. Come read a murder mystery novel and raise money for charity. Yay. Alright, posting that. There we go. The community tab is so nice, just to have like a communication wall, you know? Anyway. Also, guys, we're almost at 8,000 subscribers. I can't believe it. I actually opened YouTube, and as soon as I pressed your stream, I got pinged. Sorry about that. I always feel bad. I'm at work, but I decided to come say hi while on break. Thank you, Ellery. We're glad to hear from you. No, it's like a tradition for me. I don't mind the ping. It's like a tradition now. Well, I'm glad. It's one of those things where every time I ping the server, it's like, are you sure you want to ping everybody? It's like, yes, I know, I'm a horrible person. I'm sorry, we need to ping everybody. Irritable bovine syndrome. Hi. I've been kind of happy since I've been looking for these rare Universal Monster picks. Ooh, for over a decade, and I found a few more recently. That's so cool. I love that. That's how I feel when I find books that are kind of hard to scout for. Like when I find them online and somebody's selling a copy, and I'm like, ooh, I finally found it. Now it's in my collection. Is Dawn the murderer or the murdered? It has nothing to do with Dawn, although many of us would like to see that. I wish it was fun traveling. Unfortunately, it's home to my homophobic parents. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting out of there. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad that you are here with us currently. It is a good name for a band, Pizza. I had to reach out to some publisher in Spain to get them. They're that rare. Wow. Good for you. That's some straight up detective work. Like, there's been a couple times on the channel where I'm like, ooh, I feel like a detective. I'm finding the really rare stuff. Yeah. Stay safe, Bae. We're all pulling for you. If y'all are still live when I get off at 8:30, is that 11:30 my time? Yeah, definitely will still be live. I'll come back, but I doubt you'll still be streaming when I return. Honestly, probably will be streaming kind of late tonight, but we'll see. Rare for me is like thrift books. I found some good things on thrift books. Thrift book bless/curse us with Monoland, so Disney Movie Insider. Oh no. Oh no. Is eating dinner tonight me, or does cilantro sound like a car? Does cilantro sound like a car? It kind of sounds like the sister car of a Kia Sorento. Hi everybody coming in. We are reading Hi Benjamin 3000. Quick recap for those of us who wasn't here last time. Okay, quick recap. We are reading this web serial / novel. Let me put it up on the screen. It is called An Unauthorized Fan Treatise on the nature of the relationship between actor Rob Hennings and Nathan O'Donnell on TV show Lock and Nest by Gotti Writes. This is a novel that takes the form of us reading court affidavits that are citing a Tumblr blog of a person who is obsessed with these two actors, convinced that they're in a secret relationship, and stalking them. And as they're stalking them, they're uncovering a murder plot. This person went as far as to look up their home addresses, look through their windows, it's just straight up stalking at this point. Steal their personal information and publish it online. Like, it's a whole thing. One of the actors is also believed to have also been a Livewire, which is like pre-Tumblr kind of user, and was big in the fandom, and then there was drama, but it's a big thing. But basically that's all you need to know. There's this person stalking these other famous people because she's convinced that they're secretly in a relationship, and she's uncovering a murder plot. Blurst us. Yes, Thrift Books blurst us with Model Land. Or the Hyundai Elantra. Yeah, exactly. A friend of mine found this old secondhand store where he lives, and he sends me pictures of all the cool books he finds, and we both cry how he's too broke to buy them. Aw, I hate that. This sounds terrifying. I love it. Yes. Pizza, you were here for a little bit the first reading, right? I think you were here. You want that one Charmed book? To the title, I could scribble out the word and replace it with carnival. We can hold off on that for now, but I appreciate it. Milo, eek, I'm late. You're okay. You haven't missed anything. I was giving everybody a minute to come in. Why is it the most sane and insane Tumblr story? Oh yeah, it's the most. Sounds reasonable. Oh, it's the most. For anybody that grew up in the Tumblr golden age, you're going to have secondhand cringe by how not relatable, but like how accurate this is. Some people are just really, really out here stalking people, and they think that that's okay. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Pizza hopped into chat as stream ended last time. Ooh, okay. Sorry. Then this is going to be a fun ride. We're picking up where we left off in Chapter 9, The Unraveling of the Sock Puppets. Alright, so this is going to... It takes the format of a Tumblr blog, mostly, and then there's some other articles referenced. So it's a little bit... Not a little bit of a learning curve, it's just a little... It takes a second for my brain to orient, but once you're there, you start flying through it. Alright. Chapter 9, The Unraveling of the Sock Puppets. Gotti writes on... Oh god, again, I'm not good at reading formatted. The September the 17th of 2018. To address concerns in the last chapter's comments, this is not a sponsored promotion. I have had absolutely no contact with management, regardless of who might or might not follow me on Twitter. This essay is getting huge, so it's very likely that at least some of management, if not Rob and Nathan themselves, have read it. However, I have not discussed it with them, and I have no plans to do so in the future. Listen, guys, I'm just a lady with type 1 diabetes who wants to be a journalist. I've got a cat who collects dead mice. I'm not a professional spy or a professional anything yet. It's kind of flattering that you're making up conspiracy theories about me, but I'm not the one hiding something here. Sorry. Today, it's time for another Silent Wakes update. You all kicked off in the comments about my cliffhanger at the end of the last live journal chapter. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Hopefully, this answers all your burning questions. We're off to a strong start. I'm going to be doodling while I listen and occasionally looking at chat. Cool. Alright, events of 2014. In the immediate aftermath of At Silent Wake's crowdfunding efforts, At Lily Letters gained 8 new friends on the Loch and Ness fandom. This was a big deal for her because At Lily Letter, as seen in her profile archived into August of 2014, only had 3 followers total. She was what I would have called a lurker if I didn't know better. A few of her new friends must have been curious about what kind of person casually donates $13,000 to a complete stranger because At Ephemeral wrote this super locked down post a day after her donation was revealed. Is anyone else getting alarm bells about At Lily Letters? Her account is only 2 months old and she just kind of started posting out of the blue. Do any of you remember seeing her username commenting anywhere before? Maybe she just made a new account under a new name. I don't know. After she friended me back, I had a look at some of her archive. In a review of Loch and Ness Book 6, she mentioned a headcanon. That's the book series that the TV show in this universe is based off of. She mentioned a headcanon theory about Lyra's college years from At Helena's fic Innocence. I'm pretty sure that fic is friends only. And At Lily Letters is not friends with At Helena, so how did she read that fic if she's not on her friend list? I don't know about you, but I'm getting a hint of sock puppet here. Comments. Ms. Ryder says, I am so glad someone else said this. I've been totally thinking this ever since her donation. It's super dodgy. Nessie Girl says, if it's a sock puppet, that means the real user must be someone on At Helena's F list. Would you like me to do some sleuthing? Ephemeral, inboxing you now. If you aren't aware of the term sock puppeting, is a throwaway account setup post under a fake identity. It's usually used to comment on other people's blogs. The idea is that it's like a hand puppet you use to speak with instead of using your own mouth. Ephemeral had good instincts here. Here is At Lily Letter's first ever blog post dated only a month earlier. Hey guys, new account, but I've been in fandom for a while. It just took this long to get an invite code. I'm Lily I'm 30, mumble, mumble, and I live in Montana with my husband and sons. I discovered the Loch and Ness books at Christmas, and I read them all in a single week. I have a countdown on my calendar of the number of days till the last book comes out. I honestly can't believe it's nearly over. My thoughts on L and N. Let me show them to you. I ship Lyra/Jaden, but I don't mind other ships, especially if Fang is involved. That is one hell of a man. Enough said. I love anything with a fake relationship. That is my ultimate guilty pleasure. Please friend me. I'd love to meet more of you now that I can actually post, and concrete my fix is now concrete on my fix is now welcome. Thank you, Lily. Nessie Girl and Ephemeral started investigating, and they managed to find a recent comment that @LilyLetters had made on a post in Loch and Ness fans community. They got in touch with the mods, who gave them the IP address that Lily Letters had posted from. The IP address wasn't from Montana, as Lily had claimed, but LA, where Silent Wakes lived. Silent Wakes was one of 110 people who were friended Helena account, so he was one of the only 110 people who had access to the fic Innocence, which Lily had quoted. Out of those 110, 67 lived in the USA, and Silent Wakes was the only one who lived in LA. Nessie Girl was furious about all of this and left a call-out comment on Silent Wake's latest post. Do you know @LilyLetters in real life? I would expect a donation of that size to come from a family member or close acquaintance, not some stranger on the internet. Silent Wakes replied within an hour. No, I don't know her. Weird, right? I'm so grateful, though. Heart. 30 minutes later, Lily Letters made a new blog post. I thought I'd share a photo of me and my boys. Here we are on our summer vacation this year. As you can see, I have the worst sunburn. It's still a bit flaky on my shoulders. Ugh. My boys spent the whole time digging the biggest holes in the sand that they could. And eating 4 ice creams a day, as expected. Attached was a blurry photo of a woman in a blue swimming costume sitting on a beach with 2 small boys laying against her sides. I only see one boy in that picture. Google reverse search wasn't available as a function in 2014, but I ran a search today. I found the same photo on a blog post from 2009 by a Mormon housewife from Kansas. @NessieGirl and Ephemeral wouldn't have known that, though. This is just an assumption, but I suspect that Rob had an inkling that Nessie Girl had somehow worked out who Lily Letters really was and was trying to cover his tracks by posting a photo of her. He Googled American housewife and chose a picture from the image results, even if his intention here wasn't to put @NessieGirl off the scent. This whole series of interactions is rife with connotations. As a test, Ephemeral commented on Lily Letters' post saying that she liked her swimming costume and asked where she went on vacation. She replied that they went to California. At this point, Ephemeral and Nessie Girl could have given up and decided they were just being paranoid, but the Silent Wakes made a new post saying this: "Thanks for all of your love on my new fic. I'm going offline for a few days while I'm in New York on a college trip. I'm shadowing a lawyer for a few days while they're on a copyright trial. It's a case I was involved in when I was interning last summer, so they're letting me come and see how it turns out. I leave tomorrow at 9. Don't post too much while I'm gone." At 10 a.m. on the dot the next day, Lily Letters commented again on Loch and Ness fans community post, specifically replying to a comment by Nessie Girl. "I love your icon, Nessie Girl. Did you make it? Can I steal it?" Again, this is speculation, but I don't think it's a leap to assume that Rob was making a point of posting while Silent Wakes was offline to prove a second time that Lily Letters was not him. Nessie Girl obviously got this hint that that's what he was doing, because she immediately logged the IP address of the reply to her comment. It was the same one as the last time, located in LA. She replied to the comment with this: Ha, of course. So you're still on vacation, Lily Letters. You must be getting a great tan. Ephemeral went a step further. She made a blog post in which she left public. To sock puppets and their owners, we know what you're doing, and you're not welcome in the LNN community. Please stop. From Effie, co-signed by Nessie Girl. Comments. Anonymous. Who is this about? Curious eyes. Nessie Girl. We probably shouldn't say, but they recently made quite a big donation to themselves. Anonymous. Well, well, well. Anonymous. Why would someone donate money to themselves? I don't work for the IRS or anything, but that seems pretty dodgy if you ask me. Silent Wakes was less on a school trip than he claimed because within a 15 minutes of the post going online, an anonymous commenter posted on Ephemeral's call-out post. Anonymous. Dick. Ephemeral. Waves. Hi, Silent Wakes / Lily Letters. How's the weather in LA? After that, it was all-out war. But we'll get to that soon. So to recap, Lily Letters was a fake account created by Silent Wakes himself, which means that when he claims that Lily sent him a 13 grand donation, it was a lie to get attention. I'll leave it there for now. I've got more Girl Scout adjacent things to be getting on with. Margot. Footnotes. 1. I managed to get in touch with Ephemeral via her inactive but still functioning AO3 account, and she gave me some of the background content on this on there. See this screenshot of my message with her last week. She was incredibly bitter about what Silent Wakes had done to her, and talking about it made her very upset even all these years later. I'd like to thank her again for agreeing to this interview. She also shared these chat logs from her IMs with @SilentWakes from the time they were friends on LiveJournal. November 2013. Silent Wakes. Love the latest chapter of Belladonna. Getting flashbacks to Model Land. I usually skim over action fix to get to the smut, lol, but your writing keeps me hooked, even in the battle scenes. Ephemeral. Aw, thank you. You know from my comments just how much I love yours too. The feeling is definitely mutual. Silent Wakes. Do you write any original stuff? I'd love to read it. Ephemeral. No, just fic. I'm not sure I have any ideas that are good enough to write about. Haha. Silent Wakes. I know what you mean. It's so hard. Whenever I try to come up with OCs, they just don't feel as realistic and 3D as characters from books. Ephemeral, yes, the dialogue is so clunky and forced, whereas I feel like I really know characters like Jaden and Lyra, so I can write them so much more easily. Silent Wakes, I already have to think so hard about how to form sentences and scenes. Having someone else do the heavy lifting of the character world building makes it a lot easier. Ephemeral, totally agree. I've got to go to class. Talk to you later. Silent Wakes. Bye. February 2014. Ephemeral. Totally agree with you. Your post about Harry Potter fandom. The stuff going on there is wild. Silent Wakes. Right? Like, I know we have our little squabbles in L&N, but they go full on nuclear over the most random crap. Did you read the Ms. Scribble story? It was posted in 2006, but it's so worth reading. And then a link. Ephemeral. No, I haven't heard of it. Ephemeral. This is so long. What? Silent Wakes. It's worth it. Trust me. Ephemeral. Oh my god. Silent Wakes. I know. Ephemeral. This is it. All I'm doing for the next week is clicking every link to this thing. Silent Wakes. Have fun. Wait till you get to the fall of Gryffindor Tower. July 2014. Ephemeral. Why are you doing this to me? Hello? Are you really just going to ignore me too? I don't understand why you'd bother. Who do you think you are, Ms. Scrib? There's no way you could have pulled this sock puppet as long as she did. Why did you even try? Great. Bye then. Screw you, I guess. Silent Wakes. Sorry. It's clear that they were genuine friends, which makes Rob's betrayal even worse. It's also very interesting that Rob was apparently inspired by Ms. Scrib's story when he made the @Lily Letters sock puppets. Sock puppet. I hadn't made the link before now. 2. Friends list equals F list equals F list. for the uninitiated. On LiveJournal, you could choose which people saw your posts, giving you varying levels of privacy depending on what you were posting about. Only account holders can access the IP address of a comment on one of their posts. That single comment is at Lock and Ness was the only one that at Lily Letters had posted as far as they could tell. I've done some Googling, and I would tend to agree. Which does check out. Rob was still studying law at UCLA in August 2014, graduating in 2015. I don't know which trial in New York City he was shadowing, though let's ignore the fact that in 2014 he would almost definitely have had internet access on his phone. Comments 2,539, Jesus Christ. Fantastic books, AWTFT. All of this LiveJournal stuff is so dramatic. Fandom is not this crazy anymore. Liars. Those were really the days. Evelyn Hugo deserved an Oscar. The Silent Wakes LiveJournal was deleted last night. Whoever really owns the account, they're onto you, Gotti. Poppy PYM. Wow, I'm suddenly not such a huge fan of Rob anymore. Anyone else starting to feel differently about him now they know the stuff he did in fandom? Anxious Alien says, did Ephemeral delete her AO3 account? I can't find it. Tiny Shaz says, yeah, me neither. Question marks? And that's the end of the chapter. Okay. Discord theories on Discord. Leave a tip on Ko-Fi. All right. Hang on a second. Let me check. Oh, I missed a lot. Chat was chatting. Hi, all. Leaving stream on. Thank you. Thank you, Paulo. I know you're probably not present, but thank you anyway. We appreciate you. I'm not a spy. Tell that to the stalking charges. I love how random all this is. Oh, yeah. I bet you anything there is no mystery. This person is just so horribly obsessed that it's all personal fanfic in their head. Pizza says, I think you're onto something. Leaving stream on. Be back soon. Be back in a while. Real sock puppets involved. No, sock puppets as far as internet drama, not as cute and cuddly as real sock puppets. I hate shipping real people. I cringe so hard, even if this is fake real people. Oh yeah, no, same. Same, I thought sock puppetry might be shown up in the chapter. Yes, because these random people, especially mods, couldn't possibly fake accounts. Gives very, I heard from a friend of a friend of a friend of distant cousin. Okay, bae. When I was 13, I used to purposefully troll people with sock puppet accounts where I pretended to be from Kansas and accused random people on DeviantArt of art theft while having stolen art on my account just to see how many people would get it. Inactive but still functioning? What? Whipped cream trauma? No. I think you're mistaken. Lauren James has written several other books, but none are sequels of this one. Already on my motorcycle rant earlier today. It makes me cringe to watch people motorcycling without leather jackets. I once witnessed a motorcycle accident and had to wait around. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. This person is unhinged. Yes, she is the most unlikable main character. If you're gonna ride a death machine on highway speed, please just wear the proper fucking gear and keep your skin on. Yep. Mm-hmm. I learned how to put I don't have any pins on my bag anymore. I moved them all up to this corkboard up here that you guys can't see, but I used to have them on my work bag, and I actually had a a biker teach me what kind of locking backs to put on it so that the pins will never come off. And I always think of that. No sock puppets, 4 out of 10. Who knew this guy? 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 Yeah, right. All right, chapter 10. I need help. She does, but not for the reasons that she thinks. Guys, I have some bad news. I'm posting this from my phone because my laptop was stolen last night. I don't even know how this could have happened. It was in my bedroom when I went to sleep, and nothing else was taken, not even my sister's laptop in the living room. It freaks me out that someone was in my room while I was sleeping. I had drafts of the next chapter on there, and I don't have any backups. I have no way to buy a new laptop. I can't carry on writing this without a computer. Not the standards I've set with embedded screenshots and hyperlinks to Google Drive. Backups of sources. It's just not possible on a phone, and I can't really stand the thought of a reduction in quality at this point when I've come so far. So it comes down to this. The series is suspended until further notice. I am going to focus for now on trying to get information from my surveillance ready to write up when I can find a way to get online again, however long that may take. If you'd like to donate towards a new laptop, you can PayPal me at gottywrites@got.com. I'm really sorry, Margot. Here's my theory, and I could be way off. I think Rob was never, ever the owner of Silent Wakes. I think the owner of Silent Wakes and Margot are the same person. And I think they're still pulling their scam shit. Comments 2,689. Yeah, this stolen laptop sounds totally legit. Your blog gets popular, and suddenly you have an emergency that requires donations? What are you expecting? A $13,000 payout like Silent Wakes? If you want money, just start a Patreon. I'm sure there's some idiots here who would pay for this shit. Gotti writes, why are you even here, mouse? Leave me alone. Stop hate following me and go live your own life. Really, coming from this person who is not living their own life. Anonymous Gotti, please take this as a sign to stop this. You're going to get yourself arrested. If they realize you're stalking them, they'll call the police. Gotti writes, I'm not stalking them. I'm a huge fan, and they'll thank me for this. Essay means they don't have to stay closeted anymore. Ellie Nerd 14 says, I donated to your PayPal and the receipt said your surname is Garcia? Is that Garcia like the publicist by any chance? That's what I said! That's what I said! Anonymous, are you still watching The House? Gotti writes, yeah, actually, this morning I saw them leave with luggage. I think they're going to be away overnight. This might be the chance I've been waiting for. Oh dear. Oh god. Oh jeez. Wait, go to the next chapter. Nice short little chapter. Oh, there is a sequel. Interesting. My theory is that the author had too much time on their hands. Well, she's making money off it. Even her free stuff generates income that donate through donations. I think this author, the real author, not the fake one that's stalking people, the real author who made this is a genius. All right. Chapter 11, Plagiarism and Pirating. You guys, thank you so much. I received enough donations to get a new laptop within 3 days, and I had to actually pause my PayPal because I didn't want to take too much money off of you all. It was because of her name. Anyway, I got a new laptop, and I'm back in the game. I have things to do tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and post the next chapter in the Silent Wake saga. This is one of my personal favorite chapters, so enjoy. Silent Wake Strikes Back. Back in 2014, after Effie Merle and Nessie Girl called out Silent Wakes for using a fake account to pretend to get a big donation of money, Rob spent a few days licking his wounds. He didn't blog or comment anywhere using either the @SilentWakes or @LilyLetters account. When he broke the silence, it was in spectacular style. He posted the blog post in the early hours of the morning. Query about writing. Oh gosh, this is so tiny. I was reading... Hang on. There we go. I was reading Effie Merle's latest fic, Belladonna, today, which until recently was one of my favorites. Stay tuned to find out why this is most definitely no longer the case. I was looking for some of my favorite links to quote in a fic rec post when I noticed something familiar about someone in the phrasing of the fight scene against the Coven. I've just finished reading the old sci-fi book I found in the basement. I think it belonged to my dad in the 60s. It's called War of the Underworld. It's not a very good book. At times, it's overtly homophobic, and the rest of the time, it's incredibly sexist and racist. But there are some great action scenes. Effie Merle's latest fic reminded me of one of the scenes. It was only a similar turn of phrase, but it was enough to set off warning bells. I went and got my copy of the book and flicked to the scene. I couldn't believe my eyes. Effie Merle's writing is word for word the absolute identical to one of the scenes in War of the Underworld. Here's the comparison. This is just one of a few I found scattered through Effie Merle's fic. The bolded text is found in both extracts. Fang stepped into the open clearing, breathing deeply of the cool, damp air. There was crispness to the iced-over grass as he stepped on it, crackling beneath his heels. This neutral territory, he shouted, breath misted in the air. Call those witches off. Fang waited, aware of how unprotected he was, but he knew Lyra was out there, and he knew oh god, the bold to not bold alternating is tripping me up. Sense of honor would never let her shoot on an unnamed enemy. I was reading Effie Merle's latest fic today, which until recently was one of my favorites. Oh, it's down here. Sorry. I thought I was gonna have to scroll in. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not entirely sure of the copyright law surrounding fanfiction, a medium which already uses someone else's intellectual property, but isn't this something that could be considered plagiarism? I toed and froed about bringing this up because I really like Effie Merle and I don't want to call her out or embarrass her. Sure you don't. But I really am curious about where the line is on this kind of thing. What are your thoughts on copying other people's writing like this? Should this be allowed? I'd love to start a discussion about it. It interests me a lot, and hopefully it interests some of you too. I practically enjoy the way that Silent Wakes played this off as purely intellectual question, targeting no one in particular. It gave him a delicious kind of innocent naivete, when, to his apparent surprise, the fandom went absolutely apeshit. Here are a few of many, many pages of comments. Poppy Pippin says, "This is repugnant. I feel a little bit sick." Really? Abigail Knox, "You're totally right. This is 100% plagiarism. At Silent Wakes, it's incredibly impressive of you for noticing. As an English professor, I would have considered theft of the highest level. Effie Merle should be ashamed of herself." Silent Wakes, "Ah, really? I wasn't sure. I'm so glad to have some official academic backing. Though I don't think you should flame Effie for this. I wasn't going after her personally. I just wanted to start an intellectual discussion." Ugh. Kelly rambles, I'm the mod at Lock and Nest Fic, and I've just taken down all Effie Merle's fics until further notice so they can be examined to any further signs of plagiarism. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We do not tolerate any stolen work. And this will be dealt with using the utmost severity. Silent Wakes. Oh no, I really didn't mean for this to go this far. What are you going to do to her? Kelly rambles. I'm discussing it with the other mods right now, but it looks very likely that she's going to be banned from the community and our sister sites, Lock and Nest fans, and Jade and Lyra. Silent Wakes. I feel so bad. She basically is going to be ostracized from the whole community if you do that. Kelly rambles. That's something we're aware of, and we're working hard to make sure that we treat her fairly, but something like this can't be tolerated in our community. At the very least, we're not going to publish any of her fics again. Silent Wakes. Woes. I feel so bad. Kelly rambles. Don't be. You did a really good thing. Squishes. This is so cringe. I hate this so much. Within hours of the post going up, Effie Merle was soundly hung, drawn, and quartered. She put up a token protest making this post. I have not plagiarized anything ever in my life, and certainly not in my fics. The things Silent Wakes has claimed about me are lies. Dabbling in someone else's universe is one thing, but copying and pasting someone else's writing word for word is atrocious. It's the worst possible kind of stealing, and I would never do it. I've never even heard of a war of the underworld, much less read it. I severely doubt this passage is real, and if this is, its similarity is a complete accident. I could never do such a lazy, immoral, and pointless thing. I'm perfectly capable of writing my own fight scenes. This isn't even a very complicated scene to write. It would take more time to go through my bookshelves looking for a book with a scene that matches and then painstakingly type it up that it would actually write it from scratch. The whole thing is malicious lie made up by Silent Wakes to distract everyone from the accusations I made last week about his sock puppet. At Lily Letters, he doesn't want me sharing details of his fake account, so he's trying to ruin my credibility. I don't care about my fic or my reputation, but I don't want you all to believe the endless lies of this awful man. Do not listen to him. He's going to keep going after people who call him out until the whole fandom is wrapped around his pinky finger. Comments. Fee-Fi Fiddlestick says, he says that you made up the sock puppet claim because he asked you to privately take down the plagiarism fic and you refused. This is your own fault. He knows at Lily Letters in Meat Space, and that's why they were both in LA. You just jumped to conclusions, stop making up lies, and accept that you've been caught. Lied-in shippers are all the same. You're a bunch of dirtbags. Anonymous, never trust anyone who has such bad judgment that they think those two belong together. Shudders. Can they not see the signs? Faden is endgame. Anonymous. Lyra / Jaden shippers are such lowlifes. It's always them. It always comes down to shipping wars, doesn't it? It's always them causing the drama. They mock us / shippers, then something like this comes out, and suddenly they disappear into the woodwork. Anonymous. Don't blame this on us. Just because we've had a few bad apples doesn't mean that your gross ship is any better. The fact that Effie Merle was Jaden / Lyra shipper was in fact a major boon to Silent Wakes. He had chosen a good person to target at just the right time. This accusation happened in the wake of several other fandom dramas involving Jaden / Lyra shippers. Only a month earlier, one fan had been found to be lying about having cancer. Her posts often claimed she was blogging from her hospital bed, and sometimes her sister would post on her behalf saying that she was very sick and that they didn't think she'd have long to live. Nice comments would be appreciated. The deception was discovered when a group of her LiveJournal friends banded together to send a bunch of flowers in her hospital, only for the hospital to return them saying no to such person was in their care. 3 months before that, Jaden Lyra's fan artist was caught running photos of models through the sketch filter on Photoshop and trying to pass them off as pencil drawings. The general feeling in the Locke and Ness fandom at the time was that Jaden / Lyra shippers were the uptight, full of themselves, sociopathic liars, as one anonymous commenter so poetically put it in the comments of Effie Merle's posts, where the accusations against Effie Merle came out the other. The overwhelming opinion was that you couldn't expect anything better of someone who shipped Jaden Lyra. Hardly anyone queried that plagiarism claims themselves, which is a shame because the truth was right there in front of them. Silent Wakes had chosen his target well. The book War of the Underworld has been out of print since 1961 and would have been completely unknown to everyone reading his post, or just so that he could have been making it all up. If someone had wanted to check the quoted passages, they would have needed to track down a copy, spend money on buying it, and wait weeks for it to be delivered. Silent Wakes was banking on the fact that none of them would bother to do this, and that gamble paid off. Everyone took him at his word, and not a single person checked the book. I bought a copy on Abe Books, real site. I've shopped books there before. And I can confidently say that the passages he quotes do not appear anywhere. I went over it with a fine-toothed comb. The whole accusation is a detailed, perfectly executed lie. Within days, Effie Merle was barred from all areas of fandom, and Silent Wakes became the hero of the moment, rising to even greater, previously unimaginable heights of fandom fame. Effie deleted her account 3 days after the posts went up. If she ever came back to fandom, it was under a different username, and she never spoke of her old identity again. It was the perfect attack. Her accusations against Silent Wakes were completely forgotten. I find it very interesting that Rob used his training in law to attack Effie Merle. He said in a blog post that he'd been shadowing a copyright law case. I wonder if the case had any connection to intellectual property. That would explain where he got the idea for this plan from. Once she was out of the way, at Silent Wakes only had Nessie Girl left to deal with. His plan there was quite clever too. In fact, it almost worked, but I'll leave that until next time. My personal feelings about Silent Wakes and Rob Hennings. A lot of people have commented to ask how I can still love and support Rob, even knowing what he did on LiveJournal. It's undeniable that he thrived on attention and seemed to savor the thrill of lying and destroying people's reputations. Honestly, the reason I don't hold that against him is because I see a lot of myself in him. Look at the essay I'm writing. I'm self-aware enough to know that this is not a healthy way to interact with fandom or deal with having crushes on actors. I should not really be tracking down addresses. Objectively, I know I shouldn't be, but I love it. It might be obsessive, but it gives me so much pleasure and enjoyment, and honestly, the fact that Rob and Nathan might read this only makes it better. I can totally understand how Rob felt in fandom. He wanted to have fun, whatever the cost, and by God, he did. Holy shit. Hi, chat. Hi, everybody coming into chat. We're having a ride tonight. Oh boy. He was in when I'm 12. Okay. Hi, everybody coming in. I'm going to keep reading. Rob's AO3 bookmarks. In the course of writing this chapter, I thought to check if anyone had archived at Silent Wakes Fix on Archive of Our Own, AO3, the fan fiction hosting site used by writers today. I found something even better. Silent Wakes still has an AO3 account. Rob hasn't uploaded any of his fics, but he's still using it to browse the archive and bookmark his favorite fics. Here's one he read and bookmarked as recently as last month. If I'm your world, you're my sun. Silent Eclipse. Summary. Jaden puts an ad on Craigslist for someone to keep him company during a snowstorm. Fang responds. Snuggling ensues. Oh boy. Chapter 1. Jaden stared at the ad. He never posted anything like this before, but he was cold and lonely, and Lyra was on vacation somewhere with shitty signal and a hot boyfriend. He was feeling sorry for himself, and Grindr wasn't providing any good stuff. Searching for someone to cuddle up with away from weather to keep me entertained while the power is out. I have a fully stocked fridge and enough snacks to ride out the storm. It wasn't too bad, was it? It was worth a shot anyway. He didn't have to reply if the only people who answered were creeps. He attached a picture of him from a night out a few weeks ago, covered in glitter and dancing under colored lights in a club. He drew a deep breath and posted it. It only took a few minutes for the replies to come in. He grimaced, deleting most of them based on just the subject lines. Then, after about 10 minutes, there was one with a picture attached that wasn't a nude. It was a hot older man with thick stubble and hooded eyes. He stared into the camera like he was looking straight at Jaden. He quickly hit reply. Are you serious? You're totally welcome to come over, but you seem out of my league if that's really you. I'm interested. I'll bring cold beer and Domino's. What's your address? I'm ashamed to say that I actually really like Domino's pizza. Hi, Tilly. It's a lot. Wait, I think I misread your name. Sorry, I can't see very far. Tiki8562. Hi. Milo and I were having an interesting conversation. A story within a story. A story within a story. We are reading I almost said fanfic. This is a fanfic inside of the original work. This is a thriller, novel, murder mystery read in the style of people posting on Tumblr and stalking people. There was another picture attached to the same guy holding up a printout of Jaden's Craigslist post. Holy shit, Jaden said out loud and sent the guy his address, then promptly started cleaning his apartment at top speed. He was pulling a slightly cleaner shirt on his head when the bell rang. Hi, Jaden said, pulling open the door, panting slightly. Wow, hi. The guy was even hotter in person. He looked Jaden up and down and then raised his eyebrows. Can I come in? Jaden scrubbed the hair at the back of his neck. Yeah, sure. Wait, you aren't a serial killer, are you? 'Cause you probably shouldn't come in if you just, thought I should check. The guy grinned. Would I tell you if I was? Well, no, I guess not. Then you'll just have to risk it. Jaden gave the guy an intentional look up and down. Worth it. I find this really interesting because there's a very clear difference between the book version of Jaden and Fang from early LiveJournal fandom and the TV version of Jaden and Fang from the Rob and Nathan play. When you compare this story to that fic of Rob's written about 5 years ago, it's incredibly obvious how much of themselves Rob and Nathan have put into the characters, and now this has changed the writing in fandom. Rob's Jaden is cheeky and chatty and full of non-stop banter. The book Jaden is a lot quieter, more worried, and less confident than the book Fang. With a darker streak of bloodthirstiness. If that character had a different name, you might not connect him with the Jaden of the show at all. I wonder if Rob pictures Nathan when he reads these fics, or if he's been in fandom for so long that he has his own version of Fang in his head. Margot comments, 3,456. Horny Hosier says, love that he has an AO3 account, but let's be honest, if the internet suddenly started posting thousands of fics about Nathan O'Donnell falling in love with me, I would stop reading until my eyeballs fell out. I wouldn't stop reading until my eyeballs fell out, regardless of whether I was really dating him. Anonymous says, I really like what you said about enjoying the thrill of being in fandom, even though you know it's wrong. Just curious, how did you get into LNN specifically, Gotti? There are much bigger fandoms out there with a lot more drama. Gotti writes, I started reading the books, and I thought they were fun and easy reading, but a bit too focused on the police procedural aspects for me to be a big fan. But she said she was a huge fan. Then the TV show started, and it just clicked for me, especially when I learned more about Rob and Nathan. I really liked the mix of horror and comedy and the focus on relationship development between these three closed-off, scarred, difficult characters. You have to work for every moment of progress, as they don't give you anything away lightly. Jaden and Fang are so wary of each other. You can tell they've been hurt before in the past when they've opened themselves up to people. I think that really struck a chord with me, though, believe it or not, I used to ship Leiden. Eesh. Can you believe that's the thing that she's embarrassed about? I've had people I thought were my friend turn around and stab me in the back after I'd gone to huge lengths to help them out and make them happy, and then they just throw it all back in my face, you know? So I can totally see why Jaden and Fang fight so hard against the thing between them, even though it's clear to everyone else that they're soulmates. They don't want to get hurt again because they're both so strong and brave on the outside, but delicate inside. The right person could just destroy them instantly with a few words. A lot of people say I'm closed off like that, and it's hard to get close to me because I'm just in my own world, not willing to share that with anyone else. So I get that a lot. Yeah. Anonymous. Wow, this is lovely. Gotti writes, guys, I need help urgently. Can someone please call Domino's and get them to send a pizza to this address, 1268 Bamboo Boulevard, LA 34575. Any pizza. Doesn't matter. Don't let them leave until someone answers the door. It's really important. It's an emergency. I'm deadly serious. We'll explain all later. Jesus Christ, that must be their address, right? What is she doing? CF Spring. What should we do? Has anyone ordered a pizza? Should we call the police? Anonymous. Tag somebody. Nicholas says, do you think she's like hurt or what? Gotti writes, I'm fine, guys. Don't worry. New chapter coming soon. It will explain all. I'm so sorry. Ha. 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 Oh. Hi guys coming in and friends that have been here the whole time. We are all on a ride tonight. Yeah, shipping wars are just silly, Optimus Prime. I've seen people do a lot of crazy things to, like, try to win their ship wars in my day in fandom. And it always comes down to somebody trying to, like, find some moral argument for why their ship is morally better than your ship every single time. And it's always silly, because it's like, these are fictional people. They should be fictional people. Don't ship real people. Please, dear God, don't do that. Chapter 12, an explanation for the drama. I left a comment on my last chapter a little prematurely asking for help. I'm sorry if I upset any of you. I really did need help. I was going to avoid mentioning this, but I can't just not give you an explanation after my comment yesterday. As if she couldn't just send a pizza. So here's a very condensed version of what happened last night. Yesterday morning, I saw Rob and Nathan leave their house with suitcases and assumed they were going away for the night. I decided to use the opportunity to sneak inside. I thought that if the house was empty, I could come back after dark and get in without any problems. Then I'd see if I could find out any more about the visa issues and prove they're dating. That was all I was planning to do, I promise. Just have a quick look around and then leave. I wasn't going to take anything, move anything, do anything at all. It was a huge mistake, obviously. I got inside by squeezing through a half-open window in the back. There's a porch roof that extends close enough that I could get inside. The house itself is kind of bland. They've not been living there long enough to have decorated much. There were some framed promotional Lock and Nest posters on the upstairs landing, but not much else. I started looking around the office. There were some bills and papers and a script for one of the new episodes of Lock and Nest with notes in the margins in Rob's handwriting. There were some she knows his handwriting, of course she does. There were some documents for Nathan's visa application too, but they must have been the expired versions because they were cut up into pieces in the garbage. There were framed pages from a fanzine on the wall, hand-typed on yellowing paper. I took a photo of the transcribed them. See the footnote. I took a photo and transcribed them. So there's no point for the photo for proof. See the footnotes at the end. I think they might have been written by Rob's dad back in the 70s. The Milky Way Dispatch. January, February 1978. Issue 3, Volume 2. From the staff. Dear members, a very exciting thing happened this month. I met my favorite author. I had to retype this issue on my typewriter at the last minute before I took it to the library to be photocopied because I just had to share the news. Also, I'm sorry that this issue is a few weeks late. I've been applying for university. I've my heart set on Harvard, like my father. I hope the content of this issue makes up for the lateness. It's chock full of interesting news. Jack Hennings, editor. News. The actors of Star Walk are holding a telethon to raise funds for the Red Cross on Saturday, 11th March. 11th of March. If you'd like to donate, call the number over Leaf to get a chance to talk to one of them. This issue contains 3 whole pages of fan fiction, a word used by my fellow editor, Justine, to describe the stories and poems you've been sending in to us inspired by your favorite sci-fi. She's discussed the term in her essay, Dedicated Fan Creations, Overleaf. This is where it starts to get good. Oh boy. Oh god. I'm the queen of typos, so. Alright, then I opened the desk drawers and found a laptop. It was completely thrown off my guard here because it wasn't just any laptop, it was my laptop. The one that was stolen from my room last week. It had the same stickers on the battered case, Loch and Ness magical, police department crest, I am Groot, sorry baby, X from Killing Eve. It was definitely my laptop. I just stared at it for the longest time, unable to believe what I was really seeing. It was so unexpected that it felt like, I don't know, a break in the Matrix, a dream, a weird self-insert fantasy. For a start, I couldn't understand what it was doing in Rob Hennings' office drawers or why he would ever want it. I've had chance to think about it since then, and I've worked out that he must have been the one to steal it from my house. If Rob took my laptop, that must mean that he wanted me to stop posting this blog, which means 2 things. 1, he's really dating Nathan, and or he really is Silent Wakes, and if for some reason he really doesn't want me to posting any more information about the shady business he was doing online. I don't know if you will agree with this, but surely he wouldn't have stolen my laptop just to stop me from posting about his relationship? That's a pretty major step to take. So I'm a bit stumped about why he's so desperate to hide it. It must be something really huge if he's going to so much trouble to conceal it. I'm clearly getting close to a big revelation here. I didn't have time to work all this out when I was there, of course, but I was still shocked. I must have stopped paying attention to my surroundings because I was getting the laptop out of the desk drawer when I heard a noise in the hall. Someone had come home. I'd been too stunned and distracted to even notice. I grabbed the laptop and scrambled under the desk out of sight. I had seen Rob and Nathan leave the house with suitcases that morning, so I thought I'd have the house to myself. I hadn't even made a plan for what to do if this happened. I just held still and held my breath. I hope all this is fake. I hope she didn't really do this. Rob opened the office door and came in. He sat down at the desk and turned on his desktop. I shuffled right against the wall so his knees didn't knock into me. I was trapped there. If I made a single noise, he would have discovered me. That's why I posted the comment asking someone to call for a pizza. I wanted the door to ring so I'd have a chance to sneak out of the window. Rob left the room after a while, and I heard him talking to Nathan out in the hall. I took the opportunity to escape out the window and get the hell out of there. And that's it. Nothing else happened. Oh, is that all? I didn't even get a chance to look for the bedrooms to see if they shared a bed. Margot. 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 Footnotes. Transcript of the fanzine on the wall. The Milky Way Dispatch. And that's what we wrote. News. Okay. Okay, so there's more. The issue contains the whole pages of fan fiction, a word used by my fellow editor. Those are swapped around. Convention dates: March 7th through 9th, Starship Space, Hilton, San Francisco; June 30th to July 2nd, Grand Slam Sci-Fi Plaza Place, Denver. Pen Pal News. Elisa Inn, Florida has transcribed a scene. Florida has transcribed a scene from season 3, episode 4 of Generation Omega from her VHS recording for Horace, who requested a search be put out for it in issue 1. The full dialogue can be found overleaf. She has offered access to her garage to anyone visiting the state, where she has a collection of over 400 VHS tapes of various sci-fi shows recorded from their TV broadcasts over the years. She says people are welcome to make copies if they bring their own VHS tapes, or she's happy to let you listen to the phone to specific episodes so that you can write down the dialogue. You can call her on her number overleaf between 7 and 9 on Sundays. Thanks, Elisa. Fan things like this were actually real. They started in the Star Trek fandom, and I find them really, like, quaint and wholesome. It's just like fandom always found a way, you know? We also had a letter from the main actor on Destination Mars, Edgar Stiles, who thanked us for sending the book of letters from fans. He was very pleased by our kind write-up of their season finale and said, "I have been a subscriber to your lovely newsletter since June, and it never fails to make me smile. Thank you so much, Edgar. Please write back to let us know how the filming on the new series proceeds." Congratulations to Mark for his new job working for the BBC. He has promised to provide photocopies of promotional material for several of their sci-fi shows, which I will include in an upcoming issue. Hooray for Mark. To The Quarterly Quest, a zine running out of Liverpool, UK, a dear friend has informed us of the disapproving comments in your November-December 1977 issue regarding our content. In particular, QQ had concerns about a short story written about 2 male characters in the last series of Star Walk. The editors thought that the story implied the characters were in a romantic relationship with each other. I was not aware of the subtext when I read the story. However, I have discussed it with the writer and my co-editor, and we have decided not to withdraw the story. It's incredibly well written, and none of us have an issue with the content. QQ, if you have a problem with the inclusion of this kind of story in our newsletter, we would prefer it if you take it up with us personally instead of airing your grievances in public setting. Your attitude shows a startling amount of pettiness, and we are disappointed. On behalf of you, of your admittedly very few subscribers, please let them know that they will find a more open-minded home here at the Milky Way Dispatch. Any future submissions for the zine can be sent to the address overleaf. All will be considered within 6 weeks. Illustrators, reviews, and prose welcome, as is a romance of all types. If you would like to renew your subscription to the zine, please send $5 to the address overleaf along with stamped address envelope and the form below. Name, address. Do you create anything related to sci-fi? I write, draw, perform, photograph, and then there's little tick boxes. That's the full zine. We did already know that Rob's dad was involved in fandom. See this Twitter exchange from August. Rob Hennings, my dad was an old school sci-fi fan. I got the nerdy gene from him as well as the fighting one. I've been involved in more than a few fandom flame wars over the years myself, just like he was. I once caught someone plagiarizing fic from an old space opera. Wait, I'm so confused. Rob Hennings, that's the transcript. Dad used to make these lithographic zines, though, way more arty than me. For everyone asking, I spoke to Dad and asked him what he'd call a Loch Ness zine if he was going to create one today. He said the Paranormal Press. Get that Tumblr URL saved stat. By the way, I showed Nathan O'Donnell some of his old zines and he didn't understand any of it up to and including the word fic. He tries his best, but he's just not in his genetic makeup like me. I love this detail about early fandom stuff. It's really sweet. No, I love it. I love it so much. Like, this is, you know, so many things that we still use in fandom spaces, like the term Mary Sue, like the term fanfic. Like, it all comes from these 70s newsletters, and I think that's really adorable. I think it's really, really sweet. Off topic, I found the Buffy the Vampire Slayer book. Yay! That's so fun! Yeah, I love that she did research on this. Like, this is lovely. This is absolutely lovely. If I lived in that time, I absolutely would be subscribed. I want to note that according to the zine above, Rob's father is pro-gay, unlike the homophobic, unwelcoming parent that Silent Wakes made him out to be during his desperate live journal plea for donations, which he needed so that he could leave home. I hope Jack never found out about what Rob said about him online, because judging by the person I see in the zine, he would have been devastated. This is one of the few cases where I just can't find it in me to side with Rob, however much I would like to. Yep, I know, believe me, I have been having a major breakdown about this ever since. No one is more surprised than me. Anonymous. 3,990. I need a sip of my... This is... I'm upgrading to the hot chocolate now. I think I've drank enough water. Hi, everybody. These streams especially are like, you come in the middle and you're like, what the hell is happening? Absolutely baffled at the stupidity it takes to post about this online. Lilith Fatale says, write a statement admitting to a crime? Gotti? More likely than you think. Gotti writes, guys, he's not gonna go to the police about me. He had my laptop. He can't come after me for B&E because I'd be able to run it right back around to him. And don't at me about this essay being evidence. This is just a story for fun, right? Nothing real. Look away, feds. I'm just silly, dumb fangirl making stuff up to get more likes. Jamie B. Mayhar says, stares directly into the camera. Mother Teresa Vivo. That's my favorite. It's my favorite made-up username I think I've seen in this whole fic. Anyone else absolutely buck wild for Gotti's sense of drama. Her panache, her completely tomfoolery, exquisite. Anonymous. I'm calling this into the police. The essay was kind of fun, but this is literally breaking and entering. If any of this is real, she deserves to go to prison. Little Huck says, I've reported it to the LAPD too. Anonymous says, anyone want to bet she made up the part about her laptop being there just so she could brag about going inside their house? I bet she didn't expect to even be called out about the stolen laptop story when she was trying to grift us all for donations. And this is supposed to prove it really happened or something. Venmo for nudes. This is certified official unreliable narration, and I'm here for it. What's real? Who are we? Is Rob even a person? Who knows anymore? Action Comics. Okay, I don't necessarily believe she deserves the courtesy, but let's address her claims logically. Here's an abridged list of other reasons Rob could have Gotti's laptop, all of which make more sense than him wanting to stop the essay being posted. 1, he bought a secondhand refurbished laptop that happened to be the one stolen from the theft by some thief from Gotti's house. 2, it's really his laptop, and she mistook it for hers in the moment because she was under stress and panicking. 3, Gotti's parents, presumably she has parents, not that anyone seems to be reining her in here, gave the laptop away in a last-ditch attempt to stop her doing this shit online, and it ended up online as above. 4, Gotti sent him her laptop her own goddamn self and sent as a sign of her true devotion to him as a legit celebrity. She wanted him to know that she saw the real him. 5, it's all just lies, obviously. Oh, chat's got thoughts. Hang on. Ooh, Faith is the best Slayer. Interesting. Hi Texas. Okay, I walk into someone posting about a crime. Yeah, we're reading an unauthorized fan treatise, which is a murder mystery crime novel online about somebody stalking celebrities and uncovering crimes and doing crimes. Okay, I'm back. Which chapter are we on? We are on chapter 12? 12? 12. What is happening? We don't know, Texas. Texas, we don't know. Anonymous, great work on this essay. You've worked so hard. I wanted to share the following. I work in LA Library, and Hennings came in the other day. He said that he's been cast in a new pilot for a show about a lawyer, and the role is very meaty, apparently. He borrowed some books on law, which he said were researched for the role. Apparently, they've also asked him to do some consulting work on the show because he has a background in law, I think. He's a law student, though. Did he ever practice? Anyway, he said he needed help with creating the props, documents for the screens, and tables used in the shots and stuff like that. It sounds really cool, and I thought you'd be interested. Here's my receipt. So you know that this is true. It's a log of the law books he borrowed with library barcodes and loan return dates, etc. I got it off the system and obscured a few details for my own safety. This is anonymous for obvious reasons. All right. Stories of law and the tales of state and law. Jonathan Norrell. I found Gotti's Facebook. Margot Garcia from California. She was tagged in a photo at the beach last week by her aunt. I think someone with the same surname anyway. She was invited to a baby's christening happening next week in LA. She's 17. Here's a conversation she had with her sister and mom in the comments of a post that at the start of the month, which matches up with an anecdote about giving her a baby gerbil as a stud for breeding for her birthday. Happy birthday, sis, Margot posts. Delia says, thanks for the sperm donor. Abigail Garcia, why do you insist on describing it like that, Delia? Your grandma sees this. Margot Garcia, loosen up, Mom. Everything on Facebook is fake news these days, remember? Delia's sperm is no one else's concern but hers. Yeah, Delia says, yeah, what she said. Abigail Garcia says, I hate you both. Come and get your dinner. Jesus. Anonymous, unsubscribe. This has been a fun ride while it lasted, but this is a step too much for me. LOL. Anonymous, are you kidding? I'm on tenterhooks. You couldn't make me leave now at gunpoint. This is the best thing I've ever seen. She's running her own life. She's ruining her own life. Wonderfully Bookish says the r/conspiracy theory thread about Gotti is going absolutely mental. Every time I refresh, there is another 400 comments. All right. Woo! Oh boy. We're on chapter too much. We're about to start chapter 13. Did she curse the baby to prick her finger on a spinning wheel? They invited her to stop her from doing that. They were like, "Oh boy, we've seen this movie before." Case 213-CV-45524-PAD Document 4 filed 16-120, page 152 of 285, United States District Court, Eastern District of California. Annotation for Exhibit D. Please note the dates on this chapter. By this time, the death of the victim had already taken place. Whoo! It's getting good, boys. Chapter 13, Silent Wake's Last Stand. While I recover from my adventures yesterday, I'm going to go ahead and post this chapter, which I had waiting in my drafts. There's more I need to tell you about what I found at the house, allegedly. If you wish to believe I went Not that I'm admitting to anything, etc., but I need more time to write that up. So in this entry, we're approaching showdown for At Silent Wakes. I know you're all dying to find out how it all ended for Rob. His attempts to stop me having just made me all the more determined to post everything. I know I'm not going to leave you hanging any longer. A few days after Effie Merle purged her blog, a new community quietly opened up on LiveJournal. It was called L&N space or underscore honestly, and it set itself up to be an anonymous community where anyone and everyone can throw off the shackles of identity to spill the beans about their secret Loch and Ness fandom annoyances, worst enemies, and most hated BNFs. Kick back a seat, turn on anonymous posting, and let the nastiness fly. Basically, once a week, a new blog post went up naming 15 random people in the fandom. People went wild in the comments, anonymously posting their opinion of the users and goading each other into saying meaner and nastier things. It was a horrible format that unfortunately existed in many fandoms back in the noughties. But this was the first time a community of this type had existed in the Loch and Ness fandom. People were alternately delighted and disgusted by the idea. The first post on L&N honestly named, shamed, at Ephemeral, of course, as well as a few of the biggest fans. It notably excluded At Silent Wakes. It garnered nearly 1,000 comments, of which this is a random sampling. Anonymous, I'm so glad At's crossed out Ephemeral is gone. She was so whiny. She spoke like she was about 12. Good riddance. The blogosphere is better without her. Kudos to Silent Wakes there. Anonymous. Inquiring minds want to know, why does Angle Spike always describe characters' skin colors in her fics? E.g., my porcelain hands reach for the gun. It drives me nuts. Head desk. Anonymous. Pet peeve. Mrs. Jack Sparrow nitpicks all the grammar in people's blog posts. Just leave people alone? Your it's, though. All in all, it was a very successful inaugural outing for the new community. The next week, one of the users chosen by L&N Honesty to face their turn at the stocks was Nessie Girl, of course. Within minutes of the post going live, wasn't Nessie Girl and Ephemeral, weren't they posting on early Gotti posts? Or am I going, maybe it's all running together for me. Nessie Girl is so old. Within minutes of the post going live, an anonymous commenter had posted this. Anonymous, Nessie Girl is so old. Doesn't she have anything better to do than go online? It's creepy that she's talking to people so much younger than her. People her age shouldn't be in fandom. With teenagers. She can only have one reason for being here, if you know what I mean. A few minutes after this, a second equally venomous and apparently prepared Anonymous posted an image replying to this. The picture was a photoshopped version of Nessie Girl's icon manipulated to look like it was her avatar was engaged in explicit sexual act. Jesus. Now Rob was quite clever here. He made his own community so no one else had access to the IP address of the anonymous commenters. He'd already been caught out that way once. Then he went after Nessie Girl with the worst possible accusation, providing a memorable, easily shareable way for this information to spread. Through an icon, its incredibly effective smear campaign. Trigger warning, I have a feeling where this is going. Unfortunately, his comments received this reply. I checked the source code of the icon to see where you hot-link the image from, and it goes to this place, Silent Wakes archive. Hi, at Silent Wakes, haven't you had enough to do recently with destroying Ephemeral's life? Nessie Girl says, Nessie Girl has been in fandom for longer than you've been alive. She built this community single-handedly. By implying that she's too old for this, what you're really saying is that women over a certain age should spend their free time doing housework and chores instead of engaging in their hobbies. People don't just get to 40 and lose all interest in their favorite things. Would you attack an older man for playing golf when someone younger than him? Do you have any idea of the history of fandom and how much Nessie Girl has helped fight over the last decade to make a safe space where women can exist without fear or judgment of violence? You're you're an oblivious, naive little boy who has no idea what kind of accusation you're making without evidence. I highly recommend you delete your comment and never post here or anywhere else again. Week 2 Anon. Honesty. The rules. 1. Each week, 3 BNFs in Lock and Ness fandom will be chosen. 2. In the comments, post anonymously with your thoughts about them. Let me know how you feel about them. No bitching about it. You don't have to participate. Don't be a baby. Oh boy, look at this cover. Oh boy. Oh god. This week, let's see what you all really think of Nessie Girl. And then somebody had posted Nessie Girl's so old. Ooh. Instead of tarring and feathering Nessie Girl like he'd intended, the comments devolved into a discussion of Silent Wakes himself. His claims against Nessie Girl didn't stick, and in fact, people started mocking him and making photoshopped versions of his own icon. Silent Wakes deleted at Ellen and Honesty in disgrace. However, he apparently made one last attempted takedown of Nessie Girl. He made one last attempted to take down Nessie Girl. 3 days later, she posted this BitBlog entry. I'm in shock. Today I received a letter in the mail at my home. It was addressed to my real name. Here's a scan with my personal details obscured. Dear blank, I work in human resources at blank. This is a courtesy letter to inform you that your direct superiors have become aware of your activities on your blog at NessieGirlLiveJournal.com. I'm writing to recommend that you delete all online activity, including any and all smutty or pornographic content, before the review board meets to discuss your case. I can't guarantee that this will help save your job, as a lot of entries have already been recorded in downloads, but it may be the best chance you have of leaving the company with part of your pension and severance package intact. I'm very sorry to be one to pass on this news. In total honesty, I shouldn't be telling you about it at all. I couldn't stay silent in this matter in all good conscience when you stand to lose this much. All of our mutual colleagues have only ever spoken of you in the highest regard. Yours respectfully, blank. When I spoke to the senior staff members about this, they told me that I wasn't under review at all, and they didn't care what I posted online as long as it wasn't illegal. In fact, none of them even knew what fanfiction was. Someone wrote the letter as a prank, a mean and spiteful one designed to make my work's life self implode. I have my suspicions about who sent the letter to me, though. I don't know how he got hold of my name and home address. Silent Wakes has been trying to drive me out of fandom ever since I accused him of sending himself a false donation using @LilyLetters sock puppet. He took down @Ephemeral, and when the hate campaign on @Ellen and Honesty failed to do the same to me, he took more drastic measures with this copyright letter. With this copyright letter. I confronted him about this on AIM. Oh my god, AIM. And we had the following conversation. Nessie Girl, please stop harassing me. The letter is fake, and I know it. Silent Wakes, what letter? Nessie Girl, just stop. Silent Wakes, you've accused me of creating false accounts, faking money transactions, and now sending letters? Why can't you leave me alone, Margaret? Nessie Girl, I never told you my name was Margaret. I never told anyone on LiveJournal my real name. At that point, he blocked me on both AIM and LiveJournal. I know it was him. He clearly found my name, address, and workspace for someone from somewhere and sent me the awful letter. Well, if his aim was to drive me away from this website, then he succeeded. I'm going. This is all too much for me. Oh no, Nessie Girl. Wait, hang on. What's chat talking about? Oh. Okay. Hello again from the other side. Welcome back, Paolo. Murder! Girl, you admitting to breaking and entering. It's pronounced like Landon. I'm getting red flags. Let the nastiness fly. Sounds like code for Allow people to say whatever heinous shit they want. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Nancy Girl and Evan were both Silent Wake's friends until they received the $13,000 donation. Okay, cool. Still not bad as Monoland. We can't read Flowers in the Attic on stream. We can't do it. It's too much. It's too much for me personally. VC Andrews fan myself. Definitely we should not read Flowers in the Attic. That's coming from a fan of the books. Look, as it is, we've already said that we got several requests to read the original Wicked book on stream with Gabe. I've promised Gabe that we will skim some of the more spicy scenes. I'm invested too, Pizza. So that's as far as we're willing to push the envelope right now. Flowers in the Attic is a whole different level of fight or flight coming in. I would honestly call myself a VC Andrews fan myself, but I also hate her books at the same time, you know. Yup. They are pure trash, but I love them. Wicked has 2 straight chapters of sex in it. Yeah, we're just gonna skim those. It's fine. We don't need to read those word for word. It's not as mad as some of the new stuff. That's some triggering stuff and bad. Oh dear Lord, not Wicked. There's a scene at a certain club that's just... Oh, I know. I've read Wicked. I've read it. I know. Fully aware. We don't have to read the parts that we don't want to... We can skim those parts. Look, I skimmed that Justin Bieber chapter for you guys. You have no idea. It was several pages. It was a lot. VC Andrews stuff has been written by a now 80-year-old man? Really? Don't scare me like that. Look. We have ways of reading things on... Whoops, sorry. We have ways of reading things on stream. I'm not gonna put Gabe through the straight-up smut chapters. But, you know, the rest of it is fine. I've seen kids online be like, my mom lets me watch Wicked the musical but not read the book? Why is that? And it's like, have you... Hopefully you haven't actually read the book, so you wouldn't know this, but, some ghostwriter took over. Oh, I didn't know. Nah, keep the cringe train running. Read trigger warning next. No, we can't read trigger warning. Jesus Christ. Although I do go to my books, my local library and find a lot of very interesting looking YA novels in the YA section, and sometimes that you know, devil on my shoulder is like, this would be cringe, but this would be funny. No wonder he was so popular. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's see. I can't believe it's come to this. I first joined fandom in '89. I worked on a military base as a secretary, so I had access to a networking computer back when they were very new in the early days of the internet. I used to stay in the office after work. I could go on Usenet and read the conversations happening on Alt-Rec Arts television, Twin Crests. I've had friends who didn't have access to computers, so I'd print out the discussions in long reels of dot matrix paper. They'd pass them around so we could all read everyone's theories about the show Twin Crests. Over the years, I moved around from fandom to fandom, following my favorite writers to wherever they went. The world of fanfiction has always been a huge source of enjoyment and creativity for me, but I think this is my last fandom. No, Nessie girl! I'm so invested in this fictional person's fandom journey. I don't feel welcome here anymore. Silent Wakes has driven out Ephemeral, and now he's driven me out too. I've seen ship wars happen online before, but nothing with this level of pure level of malice and genuine bad will. This has turned into a massive source of stress for me, and I see nothing here that I want to be a part of. The vibrant live journal community has been in the midst of a mass exodus to Tumblr for several years now, and I've hated seeing that this social group get quieter and quieter. It's time for me to join the departing masses. Tumblr isn't for me, but I'd very much enjoy staying in touch with anyone who would like to via email. But for everyone else, goodbye. I won't say it's always been a pleasure, but it's certainly been interesting. Yours, Nessie Girl. I didn't know about this post until this week when someone uncovered it in the course of their investigations. I had no idea Rob's attack sank so low. I'm not sure how he got hold of Nessie Girl's address, but his plan wasn't quite clever enough. He succeeded in his goal of driving Margaret off LiveJournal, but it backfired on him. Nessie Girl's blog post was so heartfelt and honest that everyone believed in way they hadn't believed ephemeral when she denied the accusations of plagiarism. See Chapter 11. The fact that Silent Wakes had been caught posting vicious messages about Nessie Girl in the L&N honesty hate thread was only further evidence against him. One by one, people started going back over everything that had happened since his fundraiser and realized that these accusations made against Silent Wakes must be true. He really had faked a huge donation of money to himself. They all started discussing this, trying to work out why he would do such a thing, and then goes to such lengths to deny it. And then, that basically was the end of Silent Wakes. That was basically the end of that. Silent Wakes got scared that someone else would find out enough to discover the truth, whatever that may have been. We still don't know. He put up a good fight, but in the end, he had to give in and admit defeat. He quickly closed down his account, making all the posts privated and disappearing for good. He never even made a final attempt to stand up for himself. We're not aware of any other social media accounts that Rob used until his official acting profiles were created. No one ever heard from Silent Wakes again, and Rob disappeared from the internet, only resurfacing 3 years later when he was cast in Loch Ness. I don't even know what he was doing for work in the intervening time. We're not sure what Rob was trying to do with his fundraising in the fandom. He might have been trying to get more friends and increase his BNF status. As we know, he thrives on fame. I think there's clearly something more going on, though, especially if he went to the effort of stealing my laptop to hide it. Hopefully, one of you will be able to give me some more info, which will help. If not, this is all I've got on the story. Footnotes, especially now, it seems that he's been willing to do anything to make sure this doesn't get posted online. He stole my laptop to stop me. So if you're reading this, Rob, hello, sorry not sorry. 2. The full text of this post has been lost to the ravages of time, but this choice snippet remains from when the new community was promoted in a fandom newsletter. This was from before Tumblr's Anonymous Asks helped fandom really spread the hate. On LiveJournal, a strike-through username indicated that an account had been deleted. Silent Wakes tended to leave a trail of them in his wake, silently. No, I'm not sorry about that joke. Again, Silent Wakes was not mentioned. Can anyone guess why? Tragically, I can't find any archived versions of this website. I wish we had access to all his fanfiction and whatever else he'd put out on the website, but it's just not out there anymore. ETA, probably in the same way he found mine. I don't know if he was the one who broke it into my house to take my laptop when I wrote this chapter, so rereading it today before I posted this was a shock to the system. He's been doing the same thing for years and years, first to Margaret and then to me. Although in my research, I have noticed a few odd anonymous hate comments were posted on various blogs in the Loch Ness fandom over the next few months. I'd love to see the IP addresses on those. I bet they'd track back to LA. I've uploaded all the new Silent Wakes posts I've been sent here, which include a few I didn't include in this essay. If you're curious, there are a few I'm 90% sure are faked, which I've included in appendix. If you sent these, please know that you are disrupting the cause of justice in obscuring the truth about Nathan/Rob. I will hate you until your dying day, especially the person who sent the fake Silent Wakes post where he talks about how much he likes fuchsias, because they remind him of the reassuring comfort of his mother's womb. Comments 4,732, Jesus Christ. I can't imagine how much clout. Like, this is so much. 4,732 comments is so many comments. Nice Twin Peaks reference. Yep. It's weird because from like what I understand, the ghostwriter was just intended to finish up the last book in the Dollinger saga and whatever other unfinished manuscript she had, but he wrote an entire new family saga under her name. Probably just because it's a way for them to kind of steal her name legally, if I had to guess, because they can use her name, right? Like, name recognition means a lot, especially in the world of books. And we're gonna read Wicked. Can I please borrow your book, please? Me, Prin. You will never read Wicked. Pinky, promise me you won't. Don't let her read Wicked. She's too young and innocent. The mama reason I started a Goodreads was to roast his books. The main reason was to roast his books when I read them. That's amazing. Who killed Nessie Girl? Ooh. My fave thing about the Dollinger books is that Bart televangelist, and that's supposed to be like a positive ending for him. Like, that's him like spreading his wings and growing up into the man he's supposed to be. He's a televangelist, and his sister sings gospel songs on his program. Oh geez, I just looked at the time, and it appears to be time for me to make some din din. Oh no! Good. Food is good. Eat food. Did you ever read Son of a Witch, A Lion Among Men, and Out of Oz? I don't believe I have, no. Gregory Maguire also wrote children's books. One was a collection of fairy tales starring animals called Leaping Beauty, where Sleeping Beauty is a frog. Oh, I'm making some noodles. I will be okay. Don't worry. Okay, I'm gonna run 10-1. I'll be right back. Don't touch that dial. Yeah, that's all I had to say. If you like don't watch. They made Lifetime movies. Oh God. Okay, hang on, guys. I'll be right back. See you in a second. Hey guys, I'm back. What did I miss? We've been abandoned. You were not abandoned. Who's in Ferris Bueller's Day Off? I missed something. Petals in the Wind. Ooh. Prayers for Bobby. I don't think I ever saw that one. Movies. It was also in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Oh my god. I don't think I want to see that movie. Oh gosh. Yeah, Christy Swanson. Okay, cool. I'm caught up. Hi guys, if you're just coming in, we are reading an unauthorized fan treatise, which is a web novel, a web serial novelization that takes the form of court affidavits referencing Tumblr blog posts of a person stalking celebrities. Okay. Comments. Crowley's better half says, "Here for this." Locked up through tears. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful? I don't care if this mania of Gotti is spinning the best yarn since Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway made her fanfiction net debut. Oh god. Ellery sent me a full print bound copy of My Immortal. And reading that on stream is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. RIAXOTT. Let's catch everyone up on the timeline of this expose, air quotes to represent my utter doubt this is the true in any way. This is all blowing my mind right now. 2014, Rob gets caught messing around online, retaliates by doxing local internet users and as an intimidation tactic. 2016 gets cast in a TV show and probably gets mega famous. We all acquire a new collective fandom boyfriend. 2018, Gotti starts recapping his past antics online, so he doxes her too. 2018, Gotti doxes him back. 2022, extrapolated. Gotti gets cast in a TV show as Rob's love interest. The internet starts shipping them. They both get doxed by another fan. Anonymous, you literally cannot make this up. I mean, honestly, who thought it was a good idea to let people who grew up posting dumb stuff online get famous? Anonymous, TBH, it's surprising that this kind of thing doesn't happen more often. Can't wait till the day a royal youth's secret Insta is uncovered and we get to see what sick memes the heir to the throne of England posts when he's avoiding doing his homework at Eton College after beef and plum pudding. We're all hot for dank Fortnite memes. Gotti's mouse army. I love you, Gotti. You're thriving. Anonymous, stop enabling her. Fantastic books, AWF, TFT. Okay, so obviously we have to take everything Gotti says with a pinch of salt. Like this much salt, I would say. But I have to say that this is a solid write-up. This live journal stuff did really happen. The claim that Rob is supposedly Silent Wakes aside, and ignoring the obvious lie that he stole some rando blogger's laptop. This is some genuine fandom history right here. Good work on that, at least, I guess. Gold star. Anonymous. Someone posted Gotti's FB in the comments of this last chapter, and I managed to track down her personal website where she posts the articles she has written for school newspaper. Pretty similar style to this essay, actually. Here's one. School Meals Debt Lifted for Upper Grades by Margot Garcia. The school governors decided at their quarterly meeting, which took place last Thursday in the auditorium, that from next month on, all unpaid lunch debts will be wiped from the record at the end of each semester. Previously, debts were carried over until the end of the school year. This is unfairly targeting This unfairly targeted lower income students as penalties are added to accounts with unpaid credit, reducing their daily meal allowance. In a statement yesterday, the student president vowed to campaign for these penalties to be discontinued too, so there are no negative effects that would cause students to skip eating due to lack of money. The governors will discuss this at the next quarterly meeting set to take place after Christmas break. The principal said all students are valued part of this community, and we recognize that previous rules were weighted against certain socioeconomic groups. We value all feedback from the student body and will continue to make changes to our guidelines as we become aware of the unintentional implications. If you have any comments or concerns, you can leave anonymous feedback in a suggestions box outside the school reception or direct them to the school president, whose homeroom is room 7H. Ella Enchanted says, notice how Gotti has stopped replying to comments now that we've all let loose and started absolutely roasting her. I bet she'll delete her account by the end of the day. Gotti writes, I'm still here. I'm just busy working on the next chapter. I'm not going to waste time engaging with trolls on the comments when I know I have proof coming up that will persuade every single one of you that this is all real. Ella Enchanted, can't wait to see what lies you're making up for us next chapter. Mac Den Clown, people, Sylvia did it. Pepe Sylvia did it. Anonymous, who was that? Who was it that said the comments on one of the first few chapters that said we shouldn't trust Gotti because she's a fraud who has a habit of leaving fandoms when she gets called out and starting over with a new name? You called it, dang. We're all hot for dank Fortnite memes is what that one comment said. I love My Immortal honestly better than Harry Potter. I know that reading that is going to take a lot of trigger warnings and a lot of probably skimming some of the worst parts, but dear God, is it going to be funny. Oh, shush, Anonymous, I'm here for the drama. This is a really, really good, piece on the way that internet drama gets so out of hand. It's a really good cautionary tale. Wait, I just want to see Avery read the MAGA romance novel? The MAGA romance novel? What? What? I don't even want to know. It's really well done. She did a really, really good job. This is wonderful. All right, chapter 14, laptop analysis. Woo. Case 213-CV-45524-PAD, document 4, filed 16th of January 2020, page 165 of 185. Of 285, sorry. United States District Court, Eastern District of California. Annotations for Exhibit E. This is a key document in the trial of the side of the prosecution as it records the suspicious actions of the accused on the day after the homicide. Ooh. I understand, is the accused Gotti or who she's writing about? I understand that a lot of you are having trouble maintaining your disbelief about the content of this essay. I've been making a lot of big claims here, and for my own personal safety, I'm limiting the amount of evidence I can post online. However, I have some news that will convince the majority of you that I'm absolutely telling the truth. I was too shook up to mention this yesterday, but I took something from Rob and Nathan's house. When I escaped with my laptop, I kind of borrowed Rob's own computer too. It was lying open on the desk, and it seemed a fair act of retaliation at the time. I don't even care that it was wrong. He's clearly playing hardball here. He came into my home. I have a young sister. He might be famous, but he can't be allowed to get away with that. I've been thinking about my choices for the last 24 hours, and I still stand by my actions and wouldn't do anything differently. Rob came after me first. I'm going to give back as good as I get, as justice for what he did to Ephemeral and Nessie Girl, as much as for myself, for everyone out there who deserves to know the truth, especially Nathan, who can't possibly know what kind of person his boyfriend really is. So who's interested in seeing what kind of tasty info we can extract from Rob's hard drive? Please form an orderly line. I love how this no longer has to do with proving that they're in a relationship. New TV show pilot. Firstly, I need to remind you all that our Mr. Hennings was studying law before he was cast as Jaden. He graduated with a degree, and we know from his live journal that he was serious about it. He talked about internships at law firms and shadowing trials at court. We can surmise that he has a high level of literacy about law documents and the language of the law. This was verifiable. He's spoken in interviews about his previous career. While training, he was still searching for a graduate job when he's lucked out and got the acting gig that changed his life. He even appeared in a Creative Alliance advert that aired during the Super Bowl this year, featuring multiple famous celebrities talking about the issues with online piracy. He mentioned his background in law during his section. Here's a transcript. Rob, as a law student working closely with Hollywood movie companies before I got my big break as an actor, I learned how much online piracy damages the industry. Skips to Ellen DeGeneres, then back to Rob. Support creativity by viewing your favorite media through genuine sites. By streaming illegally, you are contributing nothing and risk downloading dangerous surveillance software. Skips to J-Lo and Brad Pitt, then back to Rob. Don't be a leech. Your views are a vote that costs nothing. Make sure you're spending it in the right place. But see fake man on the internet who doesn't really exist. It does sometimes cost things, and sometimes you're giving money to big corporations that are really slimy. So it's arguably more ethical to watch it. Off the record, just saying, not telling anybody to do that. I'm just saying that's the argument for it. Now, a lovely librarian commented on this essay just a few chapters ago to let me know Rob is trying to get involved in more law-adjacent acting, too. Great work on this essay. You've worked so hard. I wanted to share the following. I work in LA Library, and Hennings came in the other day. He said that he's just been cast in a new pilot for a show about a lawyer, and the role is... Didn't I already read this? Is very meaty. Apparently, he borrowed some books, which he said were researched. Sounded cool. Research for the role. Apparently, they've also asked him to do some consulting work. Anyway, he said they need to help with creating the props, documents for the screens, and tables using shots. Sounds like really cool, and I thought you'd be interested. Yes, this was a comment on a previous chapter. Okay, just checking. I thought I was going crazy. Here's my receipt. So you know that this is true. A log of the law books here, borrowed with library barcodes and loans, return dates, etc. I got off the system and obscured a few details of my own safety. This is anonymous for obvious reasons. Here's the thing. We already saw it. I can confirm this comment's accuracy as his laptop contains some of the law documents in Photoshop, which the props department asked him to work on. It's great that... Oh, my voice cracked. It's great that Rob is working on these and being appreciated more for his law knowledge. With the industry, I always knew he was more than just a pretty face. I have so many questions. She's like, oh, we need to expose who this horrible person is. He's so pretty, though. I have so many questions about this new pilot, though. I tried to find more about it on his laptop, but all the scripts and pitches must have been paper copies because there's nothing in his inbox, annoyingly. It's obviously a good thing for his career. He's such a new actor that Loch Ness is basically the only project listed on his IMDb page so far. But I do have some concerns. Will he have time to carry on filming Loch Ness 2 if this law show gets picked up? Is it with the same network? If so, will they extend the enforced closeting clause from his original contract, or will he be able to come out? What if the show isn't filmed in LA? Will he still be able to live with Nathan? I'd hate for them to have to struggle through a long-distance relationship. It reminded me of a Reddit AMA that Nathan and Rob and Anya did a few weeks ago, where Rob mentioned playing a lawyer. It's possible he already knew he was being cast in the pilot. If you haven't seen it, here's some snippets that are of interest. We're the cast of Loch and Ness, Anya Thomas, Rob Hennings, and Nathan O'Donnell. Ask us anything. Hi guys, we're at San Diego Comic-Con and Victoria from Reddit has come to ask us some questions in the green room over the next few hours. Top 200 comments. Hi Rob, how does it feel to become so famous so fast? You went from 0 to 100 at the speed of light. Do you have whiplash? Rob says, I've always had a lot of admirers, so I'm used to all the attention. No, but really, it's very strange and a massive learning curve. I still wake up from dreams about applying for graduate jobs, which is what I was desperately doing when I got the Jaden gig. I thought I'd had time to prepare for being recognized in public, which we were filming the first season, but I had no idea what it would be like. I keep having to catch myself before I do something idiotic, leave the house in sweatpants, or share a dumb meme, because I know I'll get backlash for it. I'm used to being able to do whatever idiotic things I like in relative anonymity. I can never say that word. I think for me, most important thing is to protect the privacy of my loved ones. I don't mind if the press tear me apart as long as my family are safe and happy. But the rest of my life hasn't really changed much. I still stay up way too late online and eat too much takeaway. A very non-American way to say takeout. I'm definitely the same person I've always been. I just have Gillian Anderson in my contacts now. Nathan, are you still in touch with anyone from your early shows? I played the kid on a UK sitcom, A Pint of Bitter, please, when you guest star on it, but don't act anymore. Nathan says, that's so cool. I remember you. You must be 26 by now, right? APOBP was one of my first jobs. I remember being so nervous I used to have to hype myself up every day just to go on set because I was so worried. It took me forever to actually learn my lines too, which is crazy looking back because I only had a couple per episode, but I remember making my housemate Brad read over them with me. And he'd have the script memorized while I was still guessing the next line. Good times. I used my first paycheck to get a car, the cheapest one I could find, and then had to wait another month for enough money to fill the tank. There is a huge international fan base for Loch and Ness, even though the show has only aired so far in the USA. What are your thoughts on TV show piracy and online streaming? Rob, it's a tough one, especially as our international friends do such a good job of promoting the show. Without them, the US ratings wouldn't be anywhere near so big. They build up the hype for our paying audiences, even if the fans are watching it illegally themselves. I also can't say I've never pirated any TV shows myself. When I couldn't watch them in my region, some of Nathan's early work is hard to find, okay? That doesn't mean I approve of it, though. I know from my time studying law that piracy does have severe negative effect on the likelihood of shows getting renewed or movies getting a sequel. I was involved in shadowing a few copyright law cases, and it really is a huge drain on the industry. This was a very long answer, sorry. TLDR, I guess that I'm tentatively neutral about streaming. I would hope that our international fans all watch the show again when it does become available through legal means in their region. Next question. What's the story behind the scar on your hand, Rob? Rob, oh, so stupid. I was frying bacon and my parents' dog jumped up at me. I grabbed the pan to stop her getting splashed and it burnt my thumb on the oil. So fun fact, I don't know if anybody can see. Sorry, side note. I just want to go off on a side tangent for a second. I don't know if anybody can see very well on camera. Probably can't. But I have these two really egregious scars here on my arm, and it's because I was pulling cookies out of the oven a few weeks ago now. And it was stuck because it's a new oven and the little rack was stuck. And I pulled it out, and somehow it hit me right here on the arm, and so I just have a scar there now. Penny Lamb, I've been wanting to do theater forever. Woo! Let's see. Wait, I missed something. I'm super excited right now because I'm gonna be in The Wizard of Oz. Congratulations! Woo! Takeaway is how they say takeout in the UK. That character is supposed to be from LA, though, so I just find it funny. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. What are the lines? Do what you want, 'cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Used to do community theater as a kid. It was awesome. So much fun doing community theater. Woo! Community theater. Buffering for me. Anyone else having issues? Same. Oh, my buffer. I'm buffering? What? Hang on. Am I still buffering? Am I back? No issue here. Okay. Just checking. Okay, anyway, that was just my side tangent. I got a scar that looks cool, but it got it baking cookies, so now I'm moving on. Rob, I was in your year at college. It's crazy that you're famous now while I'm still training to take the bar. Would you ever go back to a law firm? Rob, oh, hi. That feels like such a long time ago now. Congrats on all the work you've put in. I could definitely feel myself going back to law. I do miss it a lot. Maybe not reading hundreds of case files, but standing up in court does require the same kind of desire for attention as acting. Maybe one day I'll find a way into an acting role as a lawyer to scratch that itch. Nathan, there are rumors going around that you're getting cast in the next James Bond. Is that true? Nathan, if it was, I'm guessing I wouldn't be able to talk about it, but no, it's not. I'm hoping that Idris Elba is the next Bond. Not that I'd say no if they asked me, but I've been in touch with them. Rob, I'm going to send your portfolio to the Bond team myself. Just wait. I don't think I can live without an O'Donnell Bond now that you've put that image in my head. Nathan, do you have any thoughts you can share on the infamous feud that got the last season of Indemnity canceled before it was filmed? Nathan, that was very unfortunate, and I really hope we get together to film a final episode to wrap things up one day. As far as I'm aware, it was due to a fundamental disagreement between the writers of the studio ITV. None of the casts were involved. Very cute. I love how Rob can't ever resist an opportunity to mention how hot he finds Nathan. Relatable. Anyway, I didn't find any information connected to Silent Wake's on laptop yet, but I'm still working my way through the folders. I can already predict the comments will say that some prop samples for a show we don't have any information about doesn't really prove that I actually have Rob's laptop. I've also uploaded some of his personal photos as confirmation. There are a few cute selfies of him and Nathan. These are all new photos that aren't online anywhere else. I'm very excited to see how you explain how I could have them if I was lying about this. Footnotes. 1. Indemnity 2010 ITV was canceled during the writer's strike over pay and never picked up again. If you haven't seen it, I don't really recommend it. It was pretty bad. Nathan played a gangster with frosted tips. It wasn't a good look on him. The people that are like, I don't really like that actor because I don't like what they did in that one part that they played. Comments 5,463. Jesus Christ. Is there anything on the laptop about Nathan? Anonymous, guys, I had a thought. What if he wasn't pretending to get this huge Lily Letters donation to get attention? What if it was a real donation? What if there was actually more money involved? That would make sense of why Rob is so desperate for it to be kept private. Eliza Monster says, what are you saying? That he was sending himself money? Why would he do that? Roland Deschane says, Gotti, I think you're getting a bit lost in the weeds here. This has all started because you wanted to know why Nathan was at court, and it doesn't seem like we have an answer to that yet, do we? Yikes, 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 yikes. Okay, so Gotti's definitely the accused, I think. That's my guess right now. Still at work, just checking. We're here. We're hanging out. How's the book going? It's going. You're all concerned. Hi, everybody coming in. Chat can catch you up on what's going on, I'm sure. I hope your surgery goes well, Penny. Sending all the good vibes. Oh, Ellery is one of our OG Knights of the Bot table. He's definitely seen worse. All right. Chapter 15, Mistaken Unverified Claims. We should be about at the halfway point, I think. Because I think Milo said we had 30 chapters? I love knowing exactly what's happening while you all wonder, lol. Isn't it a good feeling? Let me be real. Real talk. When I worked as a stand-in full-time, and I was standing in on these really big TV shows like Stranger Things, I'm not gonna lie, people would always be like, oh, that probably ruins it for you because, like, now you know what happens and, like, you're not gonna have the same experience. And I'm just kicking back going, I'm just having so much fun watching the fandom discourse and guess on things that I know are wrong. It's a weirdly good feeling, isn't it? Case 213. Yes, I am going to read it again because I like reading the case name file. Case 213-CV-45524-PAD document 4 filed 16th of January 2020, page 180 of 285. United States District Court, Eastern District of California. United States District Court, Eastern District of California. Annotations for Exhibit F. Note the inaccuracy of the information being shared in the general public about the true situation in the time after the homicide. This misinformation contributed significantly to obscuring the alibis of the key witnesses in the case. Chapter 15, Mistaken Unverified Claims. Firstly, I want to apologize. I shared a comment from a librarian in the last chapter about Rob being cast in the pilot of a new law drama. Afterward, a casting director in LA got in touch and told me very firmly that this is not true. Rob hasn't been cast in anything apart from Lock and Ness recently, and his agent confirmed this, so I did a bit of digging. The librarian in the comments shared Rob's library loan information as evidence that their anecdote was real. I've taken a proper look at this, and it has been proven to be completely and utterly falsified. I'm mortified. I shared the information without verifying the claim originally. I was so distracted by the bigger fish, stolen laptops, etc., that I forgot to check my sources on the small fry. That library account sheet is not legit. For a start, it is not the type that LA library system uses anymore. They updated their design when they went fully automated in 2016. It also has a barcode that matches the very first Google image result when you search for barcode. I'm a bit baffled by this. I'm not sure why anyone would want me to think Rob is filming a new pilot. Are they trying to imply that he's leaving Lock and Ness so he can't possibly be dating Nathan? I'm stumped. I also can't believe I let some inaccuracy slip into this essay at the last moment just because I got overexcited. Really? If you have any idea, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll move on to what I wanted to discuss today. Crowdfunding. Now, some mentioned the comments that on the last chapter that it might be possible I've been a bit short-sighted about Silent Wake's attention-grabbing Lily Letters stunt. To recap very briefly, an account belonging to Rob back in 2014 made a crowdfunding plea, which then claimed to have received a donation of $13,000. The account that made the donation turned out to have been made by Rob himself. In the backlash over this discovery, Rob left the fandom in disgrace. I'd assumed that he'd claimed the sock puppet had donated $13,000 to his crowdfunder as a way to gain followers, but someone pointed out that there could be real money involved. That hadn't occurred to me at all. I tried to track down the crowdfunder information to see how much he'd really received. Since I still have Rob's laptop, I might as well get all the information I can out of it. I went back to the original Silent Wakes blog and found the email address associated with the account when I went to the browser log in page for the email hosting service. On his laptop, the browser autofilled his email address and password, so I got access to his inbox. I ran a search for emails from the crowdfunding site GoFundMe, where he took donations to help move out and find a safe living space. It turns out that he really did receive a donation for $13,000 back in 2014. The money came from a Lily Fielden in one single payment. I'm a bit confused now. If Lily Letter's account is a sock puppet, how can Lily be a real person? Was it all real after all? Emails connected to Rob Hennings. I've been working my way back through the archived emails in Rob's account. I found a few things that I wanted to highlight. Ticket confirmations for several domestic and international flights. 2 business class tickets to the Maldives from 2018 for the first time when we know Nathan was popped on the beach with the unknown man. See my chapter 1 timeline. For more info, I'd consider this a solid confirmation that they went on holiday together if Rob bought the tickets. A chain of emails with a tattoo artist discussing designs for a pair of stars and moon tattoos for Rob and his partner. This shows that the original sketch of the star and moon tattoos were done by Rob on lined paper with ballpoint pen. I've uploaded the image here. There are arrows labeled the tattoos as being for Rob and Nathan. This verifies the information given to me by commenter about the tattoos being done together. The expiry of a domain name purchased in 2014. This was when he was studying law and interning at law firm where he shadowed a copyright case, as confirmed from his Silent Wakes blog post from the time. Presumably, he was gathering data for some sort of online survey and bought a URL to host the entry form. There's nothing on the website now. I have website now, but I thought I'd share it in case any of you can find a cached version. There's obviously lots more that's of interest, but I'm trying to stick to sharing things that specifically resolve a query we've raised in this essay. There are some emails which just raise more questions than answers, which I don't think any of us need at this point in time. Stay tuned for more on this front. Nathan's work schedule. An interesting article was also posted at the Daily Mail today. Nathan O'Donnell skips out on filming. Loch Ness Season 2 delayed as schedule falls behind. Has the fame gotten to his head? Nathan O'Donnell has been an A-lister less than a year, but he's already shirking his duties in favor of living the high life. Set insiders at NBC report that the actor hasn't turned up to film Loch Ness in over a week. Producers are furious as the show delayed without its lead actors. The new season is due to start airing in October. What does this mean for the release date? Our source suggests that unless he gets his head on straight, O'Donnell may be written out of the series. Oh God, is he the one that died? Is that why he's missing? What is our boy up to? This doesn't sound like Nathan at all. What could he be doing that's more important than filming the show? I don't trust the Daily Mail at all, so this could be completely made up, or he's ill and taking a legitimate break to recover. Margot, comments 5,730. Anonymous, that Daily Mail article about Nathan missing filming is so clearly fake. Anyone who's seen the interview by him can tell he'd never do anything like that. They'll do anything for views. Wow. Owen Wilson, wow, gif. Beautiful, I love it. Side story. One of my clients that I edit for, I once put an Owen Wilson wow in his video in one place for comedic effect, and he liked it, so I kind of sort of have downloaded on my computer an entire compilation of all the times Owen Wilson has said wow up until a certain point in his movies. Anyway, that's probably the weirdest thing on my computer. Anyone done a search if this is Lily Fielden actually exists? Anonymous, Gotti, are you are you documenting all of this? It seems like you're getting into some pretty serious territory here. If nothing else, the IRS is going to want to see all this. I suggest you start recording everything you find. Gotti, really? Anonymous, this seems like the textbook definition of money laundering to me. Anonymous, money laundering? How? Isn't that what people do in the Cayman Islands? Anonymous, someone funneled money to Rob using a name that's probably fake. Ask yourself, why would someone do that? That's a significant amount of effort to go to. The only reason you'd bother is if the money had come from an illegal or suspicious source, and you didn't want anyone to track it back. So where was he getting it from? Anonymous, I have no idea. Gotti, if you're serious about this, I suggest you see what else is on that laptop that might give you a clue about this money, but I'd think about it carefully before you take any further steps. Do you really want to come to the attention of the kind of people who use these methods? They can often be dealing with a large quantity of cash. They aren't going to take your interference lying down. Gotti writes, Jesus, I don't know if I'm prepared for any of this. I just want to know if he was dating Nathan. Anonymous, if the library records are fake and Rob isn't really filming a law pilot, then what are those law document Photoshop files on his computer for? Anonymous, I was wondering about this too. I hope Gotti sees this comment. D.I. Ellie and Alec Hardy. I had a look for the survey URL cache, but it doesn't look like it was running for long enough to archive anywhere. What if Gotti is actually Rob? Send tweet. I kind of got there. People have found your school details, here, her Twitter, her Facebook, her school details, her Twitter, her Facebook, etc. If Gotti writes is a fake identity, someone went to a lot of trouble to make it look real. Last year, she was even in her local newspaper for winning a national award. Yes, but she could be Silent Wakes. Just saying. I'm probably wrong, but just my theory as I go. Schoolgirl represents the county at state awards. Oh my goodness, hang on, I need to look away for a second. My brain is braining. True, I've read Model Land 4 times now, was in the Teen Wolf fandom, read my Immortal of my own free will, and I existed online in the early 2000s. I definitely seen worse than this. Oh yeah. Milo says, LMAO, Ellery, I felt that so hard. We're from the bad old times. Yes, we are. We shall tell tales to the new fandom members of the olden days. Because I'm a masochist. Markiplier style. I'm not a masochist. Yes, stand with WGA. Since we're mentioning a writer's strike, stand with WGA. Okay, let's try this again. Schoolgirl represents the county at state awards. Local junior Margot Garcia traveled to Anaheim this month to attend the awards ceremony for her critically acclaimed work on investigative journalism published in the JFK High School student newspaper. The series of articles analyzed the school's meal payment system from an economic and social perspective and led to major changes in the school's policies. It was nominated for the California Journalist of the Year contest. Awarded each year by the State Journalism Education Association's California director. Garcia's writing won the third place $200 Memorial Scholarship. The pieces to beat Garcia's writing included portfolios from a Stanford Daily University freshman. The three winners will now advance to the GEA's national contest. Garcia started writing news articles during a 10th grade introduction to journalism class. She then joined the school paper as a junior editor, pitching topics for articles independently from the moment she took on the role. One of the judges said that Garcia's writing was, quote, one powerfully reported story after another. She focuses on key issues that have implications for the wider community outside the high school. This novel is reminding me why, like, it's never been lost on me. I've always loved mystery novels, murder mysteries, that kind of thing. I grew up on, like, Murder, She Wrote, and Diagnosis Murder, and Monk and Psych, and all that. But this is reminding me how much I just genuinely love a good murder mystery novel. It's so good. Alright, chapter 16. IP addresses of essay commenters or the spy among us. Among Us. Put in the little Among Us guys. We're at September 28th of 2018 now. My latest chapter has been officially paused because your recent comments have made me aware that Rob's online behavior seems to be slightly suspicious. I've realized that I should be taking this all more seriously. I'm currently working on tracking down more information on the GoFundMe data. I'm going to be contacting the authorities if I find anything truly concerning. In the meantime, to record everything that's happened in case this essay is important later. Last night, I made a note of all anonymous commenters' IP addresses. While I was making backups of all my comments, I realized that I could use the IP addresses to work out where my Anonyrat lives, the one who sent me the cease and desist letter back in Chapter 7. I looked up the location, and it turns out they're in LA. Not just LA, actually. The IP address registered to a familiar location, Rob and Nathan's house, which means... Hi, Rob. Thanks for the comments. I hope you're enjoying the essay. Now, as far as I'm concerned, this isn't too much of a surprise. I knew already that he's reading the essay. He stole my laptop after all. The first Anonyrat comment was posted the day after someone told Rob about the essay at Comic-Con. He's fluent in fan culture from his LiveJournal days. We also know that he thrives on attention, so it's not really shocking that he decided to check out a thesis written all about him. Just to remind you, here's the first comment my Anonyrat left. Anonymous. To the owner of Gaudy Rights, we are writing on behalf of NBC, who have filed for a permanent injunction against your website for unsubstantiated claims about the cast members of their TV shows Loch and Ness. If the account and all associated uploads aren't deleted within 48 hours, you will be liable for prosecution on grounds, of libel and slander. This is how much of a Law Nerd fan I am. When we saw this comment originally a few chapters back, I was like, but you'd have to file a special injunction to serve them online like that, which they could do, but also you'd have to prove that you couldn't reach them any other way. Sorry, my brain. Please confirm within 10 business days that you agree to comply with our request, or further action will be taken. We appreciate your cooperation in this matter. Though we recognize your enthusiasm for the TV show and associated cast members, we ask that you respect our desires to protect the integrity of the client's intellectual property rights. Yours sincerely, Marcus Feinstein. This makes sense, too. He was trying to stop me posting about Silent Wakes. The Silent Wakes LiveJournal account was deleted the very same day that comment was posted. Here, as spotted by one of my hawk-eyed readers. So he must have taken it down the second that he realized I was writing about it. When I proved that the lawyer's letter was not real, and continued to post the essay even though the Silent Wakes account had been taken offline. He somehow tracked down my address and broke into the house instead and stole my laptop. Now he's back on his law bullshit again. He's using the training from his degree to try to silence me, just like when he accused Ephemeral of plagiarism. We know he did an internship on a copyright law case from the anecdote he gave on his blog, so this is clearly an area of policy that he's well versed in. Yes, no random person could just Google how to format that kind of thing. For sure. We are on chapter 16. Patrick is correct. Among Us. It's such a good mystery. I'm like obsessed. It's so fun. I love it. I love the interactive format of it. It's great. This might be one of the few 5-star Goodreads reviews that we give, or 5-star feedback that I give. This all adds up. What is more surprising than is that Rob's IP address commented a second time on Chapter 12. This is what he had to say. Anonymous. Great work on this essay. You've worked so hard. I wanted to share the following. I work in LA Library in Hennings County. And oh, this is the one about the library. Here's my receipt. Anonymous for obvious reasons. Now, this is a much more interesting comment to me. I can see why he posted the cease and desist letter, but what is this one about? For some reason, he wanted me to believe that he was starting work on a pilot. It nearly worked too, and I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those pesky kids and their stalking habits. I even included this comment as evidence in a chapter, but why would he want me to think that he's got a new job? It's not exactly something he's going to stop me from posting about. It's at Silent Wakes, is it? If anyone has any ideas, please let me know. If you guys still need evidence that I'm telling the truth here, I don't think you're going to get much better than this. You can corroborate all of this for yourself. You can find the IP address of the comments above, and Rob's home address has been posted in the comments several times by now. Rob is literally in here right now commenting on everything I do. Everything I've told you is the truth. Please stop attacking me in the comments, both here and on that awful Reddit conspiracy theory thread. It's cyberbullying, and I shouldn't have to put up with it. I am not lying to you, Margot. Oh, that's cyberbullying, not the doxing and stalking and whatnot. Yeah, we'll probably still be going when you clock out. We're going to be here for another hot second. We'll probably have to have a third stream to finish the book, but I wanted to at least get as much ground covered as last time. Footnotes. 1. This revelation made me pay a bit more attention to the other IP addresses used, so I checked the location of the IP addresses that was documented and being used by Lily Letters, Silent Wake sock puppet. It matched up with Rob's parents' address in LA, which a commenter tracked down for me in one of the previous chapters, so that definitely proves that it was him. If you needed more evidence there, should have got a VPN, Rob. Sponsored by Surfshark. Actually, not sponsored by Surfshark. I'm just a loyal fan of Surfshark. Please sponsor me, Surfshark. Comment 6,111. Yikes. Anonymous. Wait, so it's all real then? Rob clearly wants you to stop posting. You didn't make that bit up, even if he never stole your laptop. I don't know what to think anymore. Anonymous. I think it's all real. Anonymous. I'm so sorry, Margot. I was one of the ones that didn't believe you. I'm shocked that you were telling the truth all along. I promise not to doubt you anymore. But she didn't prove any receipts for this, so this could still be a lie. I'm really confused. This stuff really happened? I thought Gotti made everything up. Lyra Less Lovely. I mean, there's still ways Gotti could have faked all this, but it's becoming less and less likely. At least some part of this is real. Jamie B. Mayer said, it seems like he wanted you to believe the documents on his laptop were from the TV show. TBH, he's put a lot of effort into trying to misdirect your attention to a different topic. Is there anything confidential in the documents that he shouldn't have? That he would maybe get in trouble for having copies of. He could have been trying to make you think they were pretend versions for some show because of that IDK. Wonderfully bookish. It definitely seems like his librarian comment is aimed at disguising the documents. There is no reason for you to care what show he's acting on otherwise, but there could have been a very serious reason he wouldn't want you to look too carefully at the contents of his hard drive, especially if we have evidence that he's money laundering or something close to it. Also, before he left comments and explaining, he left a comment explaining away the law documents before you even made a chapter about what was on the hard drive. He must have noticed you'd taken his laptop and panicked and tried to get in an explanation planted here before you could post about these law documents online. Gotti writes, so what are we saying here? That he realized I'd stolen his laptop and instead of going to the police because he knew I'd been breaking the law, he knew he'd been breaking the law too, he posted the comments with a fake explanation for the documents? Anonymous. Gotti, I suggest you go and read those documents again with a fine-tooth comb. See if you can work out what the heck he's playing at. Gotti writes, I don't know anything about law, though. What kind of things am I even looking for? How will I know what it means? Little Huck says, I suggest you try. Sounds like there's some seriously dodgy stuff going on here. Anonymous. And make sure your home is secure tonight. He's already broken in once to retrieve a laptop. There's a chance he could do it again. Anonymous. Hang on. There's a lot of Anonymous. Hang on. This seems... Hold up. She wore a crown and came down in a bubble, Doug. I didn't just hit myself in my own glasses with the spoon handle. That's fine. This seems really fishy to me. Why is he doing this? These comments in combination with the GoFundMe stuff, it almost seems like he's trying to fake an alibi. Gotti writes, I just got shivers down my spine. What the hell is going on? I'm the Anon from a while back that works at NBC. Just wanted to let you know that Nathan is definitely not filming Loch and Ness at the Mo, as the Daily Mail correctly reports. I know you've got a bigger fish to fry right now, but I wanted to provide corroboration of that. I don't know all the details, but our execs have called for a short filming break. Not sure why, but Loch and Ness will stay on schedule. Filming is starting up again in a few weeks. Nathan is definitely going to be in the show. I think he's just taking some time to himself for personal reasons for a few weeks. Anonymous. I double-checked, and this is the same IP as the other NBC employee comment we had a while back, so this is probably legitimate info. Anonymous. Did Gotti scare Nathan away from work? Anonymous. LOL. As much as I'd love to think it does, not everything in the world revolves around Margot Drama Queen Garcia. You know what I don't understand? If Rob knows she's doing all this and reading this essay, why hasn't he deleted all the emails in his account and changed his passwords and stuff? He could have stopped her getting the GoFundMe emails from his inbox archive at the very least. Rosa Rodell. Yeah, I was wondering that too. Rob, where are you? We know you're not filming Loch and Ness. Where are you and what are you and Nathan doing with all that free time? Maybe Gotti killed him, Anonymous says. Maybe he killed her and now he's the one posting the essay. Crypto6661 says, what if Gotti doesn't exist and this is all NBC stunt? This is the bad place. I love the Good Place reference. Good reference. Solid reference. Anonymous. Picture. I live in LA, and yesterday I saw Rob walking down the street with someone around 6 p.m. He looked really upset. I took some pics, but I had to do it from the other side of the road, so they're quite blurry. I don't know which one is supposed to be Rob. I really don't. I followed behind them for a little because I had some time to kill before I could get my bus. Anyway, I caught a little bit of what they were saying. Rob, you haven't at all? The other man. Not since last week. He does this a lot, though, doesn't he? Rob, I just don't know what to say to them. How am I supposed to defend him when we all know he's just going to do it again? Man, it's not fair on you to take the blame. Rob, do you think there's a chance it's something to worry about then? You know, you've known him for longer than me. Man, I think he's just doing his usual poor me routine out in the woods. After that, so this is Brad. I guess this is Rob and Brad. After that, they got in a cab, and I had to run for my bus. I don't know any of that helps, but I thought I'd share it anyway. Keep up the good work, Gotti. Anonymous. I tracked down Gotti's Amazon wish list. I don't think anyone else has posted this here. Sorry if they have. Wish list. FJ All Raven. Casual backpack for women. 15 inches. Laptop. Classic backpack. Camping rucksack. $36.99. Charger, smartphone charger, $37.99. Is that what iPhone chargers go for? You iPhone users really need to come over to the safe space that is Android. We were born to make history. Embroidered, iron-on, sew-on patches, ice skating shoes sticker, $6.95. Girl Scouts Halloween twill safari shirt dress, $28.77. Wayward Son, Simon Snow, what? Halloween twill safari shirt dress. Wayward Son, Simon Snow series by Rainbow Rowell, hardcover. Ah, not the Rainbow Rowell book. Janu, gerbil, pig bed, hedgehog house, pad bed, toy cage, accessories, wooden detachable frame, $16.99. Rifle Paper Co. Lively Floral Stitched Line Notebooks, set of 3, $17.38. Colorful elastic hair bands, 1,000-piece multicolor hair holder, hair tie, elastic rubber bands for girls, $5.99. Complete Sherlock Holmes, Barnes & Noble leather-bound classic collection by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I own this cover. I own this version of the book. Hit me up, Gotti. I definitely never want to read with you. Fidget spinner. Fidget spinner. I feel very called out right now. Gourmet, 12 flavors, baby gummy bears, 5-pound bag. Style gel pens. Samsung Go mic, portable USB condenser microphone, iPhone plug-in. iPhone plug-in. Okay. Phone ring holder, finger kickstand, Pixie Glow, tonic, planner stickers, 20 sheets, cute scrapbook stickers, various theme, monthly, weekly, daily planner, sticker set, over 1,100 stickers for planners, calendar, bullet journal. NYX Professional Makeup Epic Ink Liner, waterproof liquid eyeliner, black. Oh god, I used to use NYX liquid eyeliner. The Book of Dust, The Secret of Commonwealth, Book of Dust, Volume 2 by Philip Pullman, hardcover. 1917 medium A5 notebook, bullet journal, special edition, 240 numbered pages, black. Funko Pop television, Riverdale dream sequence, Betty collectible figure. The Betty? You went for the Betty collectible? Oh, interesting. She said she went to their house dressed as a Girl Scout, didn't she? Ooh, I guess she did. Case 213-CV-45524-PAD document 4 filed 16th of January 2020, page 199 of 285, United States District Court, Eastern District of California. That might have been the best read of that one I've gotten so far. Annotations for Exhibit G, a full breakdown of all the components, or of all the comments made by Rob Hennings on the Gotti Rights posts has been compiled in Appendix C. They have been verified using the GPS tracking of Henning's cell phone, which matches the location of the IP address of the comments at times they were posted. What? What? Can't believe this shit. So, okay. They're so expensive. What? And for what? All the photos are just stock images to kind of add flavor. The people in them are kind of supposed to be indistinct. That's what I figured. I was just kind of looking at it and wondering. All Apple stuff is so expensive. You guys, I just got my last charger for my Android phone for like $8. You guys are getting robbed. Apple using... Do you guys remember in Chicken Little, easily one of Disney's worst movies, but do you guys remember the lemmings that were all just jumping off the side of the jumping off the side of the little bench and just falling on top of each other one after the other after the other? I always think of that. My first and only iPhone. I know, I laughed. That's right. Rob is really reading and commenting. I can't believe... I thought she was lying. I didn't trust her. I thought she was lying. No. Robert. I can't believe this shit. Those are Apple users. Rob's online activity continued. Wait, so was Silent Wakes actually him? This whole time I was like, that's not real. Funny because I was eating and finishing an actual apple. Apples are good. Apple products. You guys are all flaming us like, oh, the Android users. And it's just like, yeah, I'm sitting here with the, I don't know, $800 extra that I didn't have to spend on my latest phone. Evidence points to yes. Ah. While we're all reeling from Rob's latest ridiculous behavior to my comment section, I think I've made some headway on that Lily Fielden donation from 2014. I realized that if I could log onto Rob's GoFundMe, I'd be able to find out more about who exactly sent him the $13,000. The profile hadn't been logged into since 2014 when he abandoned his LiveJournal accounts. I requested a password reset to be sent on the email account which was logged in on his laptop. A lot of the info on the site was archived, but you can still look up the invoices of all your donations in case you need them for tax returns. I managed to download PDFs of all his donation info, including the money sent by Lily Letters. There were a few small donations, like one from Ephemeral for $10 or $15. Then there was this. Donation by amount. Currency, 1 Bitcoin, $474.13. Lily Fielden, 2742. Bitcoin, 325. Net donation in USD, $12,675. Yep, Mrs. Feldin donated using a Bitcoin withdrawal. Obviously, at this point, I knew that I'd hit the jackpot. This was basically a big flashing red light saying clue. Suddenly, all of Rob's attempts to conceal this from me have come clear. Chef's kiss. This is the jackpot, guys. Back up a step, Gotti. Bitcoin, in case you're unfamiliar, is a currency invented for anonymous use on the internet. It was created in 2009, and it's still a very niche currency now. So for a middle-aged English housewife to be sending donations from the currency in 2014 is incredibly unlikely. Clearly, that money didn't come from any legitimate source. Because it's so anonymous, Bitcoin is generally used to buy and sell things on the deep web and anonymous areas of the internet used by criminals because you can hide your identity. This is the end of the line in tracking Lily Fielden down. There is no way to trace her transaction from here. If she does, in fact, exist, I think there are two possible explanations for this. Someone sent Rob an untraceable quantity of money from the dark web using the false name Lily Fielden. 2. Rob made Lily Fielden account himself to funnel money from the dark web to his real-life bank account. Either way, that means that somehow Rob is getting money from an underground illegal part of the internet. Did he steal it or earn it somehow? It's almost impossible to hypothesize about this. There are so many ways he could have made money, all of them more awful than the next. That is dangerous to even speculate. I'm just going to show you some of the options available for the average deep web user. With Bitcoin to burn, this is the deep web website index, which I found on YouTube, where some rebel teenager was showing off his tour of the dark net. He immediately got hacked, obviously. Rent-a-Hacker, DDoS hacking, social engineering, malware, ethical hacktivism, censored information, archive, ruin people, executive outcomes, contact killer hitman service, easy to hire using Bitcoin, 100% anonymous, no limits, for crowdfunding, political assassination, see the ethical assassinations forum. Shop Central. Get wholesale contraband here. Guns, ammo, organs, weapons, cloned CCs with high balance PIN, ID, driver's license, and passport. US, UK. You can, UK, Canada, EU, Australia. Quick response, high customer satisfaction, grams, high quality original blends, guaranteed most trusted vendor in the union. Fast shipping, library of the Onion, download EPUBs about poison, lockpicking, chemical weapons, explosives, and more. Finder, largest encrypted deep net search engines, 1.1 million sites indexed. Tor book, deep net social network, forums, blogs, Minecraft, silliness? Honestly, Rob has shown such a dark side recently that I'm not sure any of the things listed above are beyond him. He's already broken, especially not the silliness. Did I read that right? He's already broken into my house, threatened me online, and engaged in suspicious activities that show signs of money laundering. I wouldn't be surprised at anything I found here. To try and work out what exactly he was up to, I'm going to download the software that lets you log on to the deep web. The main questions I want answering right now are: where did he get this huge amount of money? If he did acquire it, why did he go to the trouble of creating a fake account to send it to himself? And finally, what was so terrible about those sources of the income that means he is still all these years later desperate to keep the truth about it hidden? I'm going to find the answer to all these questions. I promise you that. Law document Photoshop files. This chapter is long. Oh my god. Give me a second. My brother told me about the $35 Apple headset announced. He was like, what? Why? My iPhone was like $5 added to my original phone plan, and the one I had was broken to an unusable state. So to be fair to me, I didn't really choose this. Yeah, no shade, but also I'm mostly just talking about the people that are like, ugh, you lesser life forms and your androids, and I'm over here just like, yeah, this is what it's like to have disposable income left over after I bought a new phone. Was I right last time about murderer and victim? Holy shit. Wait, what was your hypothesis last time? Nah, I fucking hate my iPhone. Okay, fair. Oh, Kingdom Hearts 2 is extremely long. How many streams have we done for Kingdom Hearts 2? Like 6 or 7, and we're not even halfway done. Alright. Law document Photoshop files. I still have Rob's laptop, don't worry. I'm hiding it somewhere safe so he can't break into my house again and steal it back. I've been prepared for this LAPD to get in touch with me about it. I know some of you have called them, but I haven't heard a peep from anyone. I'm ready for the day they do come knocking to question me about this fictional narrative. Cough. In the meantime, I'm working day and night to get all the info out of my sources that I can. I've mainly been studying those mysterious law documents on his hard drive. I only read them originally, assuming they were fake, but comparing them with real documents from law websites, it turns out they stand up to surprising level of scrutiny. I've made comparisons and documents side by side with real versions. They're almost total matches. Even when you zoom in, it's hard to see a difference. They're definitely a lot more realistic than would be necessary for a prop piece of paper shown a few times on a TV show. That was clearly a quick and desperate lie by Rob. According to the design files, most of the basic elements of the documents were taken from scans to publicly accessible forms. I'm going to do some research into the original documents to see if there's a way I can find out who has recently requested access to those files. Maybe that will help me to work out why Rob had them. P.S. This week's People magazine features a short interview with Nathan. He's growing his hair out again. It hasn't been for a long time as it is. It hasn't been as long as it is in the picture since July. People, best date you've ever been on. Nathan, picnic on the beach with cold wine and cheese plate, followed by a moonlight swim. People, what's your type? Nathan, witty, slightly mean, knows how to put me in my place. Guilty pleasure. Terrace House on Netflix. My housemate Brad and I watch it obsessively. Celebrity crush. Cate Blanchett, like the rest of the world. Nathan O'Donnell is currently appearing in Fang in Lock and Nest Season 2, which starts airing on 15th of October, 8/9 Central on NBC. The new season really starts soon, doesn't it? I'd completely forgotten in all the excitement. I don't know how I'm going to even have time to watch it at this rate. The Mysterious Brad. Here we go. The interview above ties into something else I'd like to discuss. Someone posted a sighting of Rob and the comments of the last chapter. It said that he was talking to a friend looking very distressed on a street in LA last night. They posted a very blurry picture of the pair, as well as a transcript of part of their conversation. See below. Now, in the course of my investigation, I went through the photos of the people seen at events and parties with Nathan over the last few years, and so I recognized the person Rob is with in that photo. It's Nathan's friend Bradley Saffitz. Nathan has mentioned Brad in a few interviews with magazines as he moved to America from the UK with him, and currently flat sits for Nathan in his LA apartment. Someone let me know in the comments on earlier chapters that he's an actor too, with a few walk-on roles in sitcoms in both the UK and USA. I found his headshot and portfolio in his agency website. Here's his biography. Bradley Saffitz. Trained at London Drama Centre. Please see Bradley Saffitz's showreel here. British actor, won his first role on the BBC pilot Leonardo, playing the role of Leonardo da Vinci. While the pilot wasn't commissioned, BBC producers were so impressed with his work on the show, creators of The Doctor and the Lady cast him in Series 7 episode Cyborg Cyanide 2016 as the villain Drake. That's always a bummer when you work on a pilot and then it doesn't even get picked up and you're like, and why? So why did we suffer? Saffitz went on to take a role on the first series of ITV's Omens of Paradise 2017, where his character was killed in the third episode. Fans voiced disappointment at his loss, as the character had proved incredibly popular. He has also appeared in a few episodes of Crime and Order, all of which were rated over 8 stars on IMDb. He's not at all a household name. I'd never heard of him before I started writing this essay, but he's been steadily appearing in small parts for years, just like Nathan did before he got his big break with Loch Ness. I was curious to find out more about what Rob's discussion with Bradley could be about. This is the conversation we have. You haven't at all. Bradley. Rob, you haven't at all. Bradley. Not since last week. He does this a lot, though, doesn't he? Rob. I just don't know what to say then to them. How am I supposed to defend him when we all know he's just going to do it again? Bradley. It's not fair on you to take the blame. Rob, you don't think there's a chance it's something to worry about, though. You've known him for longer than me. Bradley. I think he's just doing his usual poor me routine out in the woods somewhere. As their mutual connection is Nathan, I think it's safe to assume that they're talking about Nathan. Rob seems to be upset that he's having to take credit for Nathan's bad behaviors and isn't sure whether to worry about something. Could this be connected to Nathan's absence from filming Loch Ness? Nathan's ex-wife mentioned in her tell-all interview that he used to go for long drives in the country when he wanted to be alone, and I wouldn't hear from him for 14 hours at a time. It was very stressful. I always worried that something had happened to him. Could Nathan be doing something similar now, disappearing off into the countryside without telling Rob where he's going? That's my interpretation anyway, but I'm just guessing. I'm going to see if I can find out anything more about Bradley that could help with this. So far, I've tracked down his Facebook page. It looks like Bradley is friends with Nathan's ex-girlfriend, which is quite interesting. I hadn't found the profile before. I had a little nosy around, and guess what? The email address associated with Nathan's ex account is registered on Tumblr for a Nathan/Rob fan blog. Nathan's ex-girlfriend has a fan account where she ships Rob and Nathan. Not only that, but she used to comment on this very essay with some info about Rob's Twitter persona. It was some info I already had, but I appreciated it all the same. Username redacted. Love the essay so far, babe. Did you know that Rob's got a private Twitter? It's RobHen93. He only follows 4 people. I don't think there's any chance of us getting access to the Twitter. Trust me, I've tried, but I love that Nathan's ex is trying to get access to it too. Like she wants to check out his new partner. Oh, the tangled web we weave. Margot. Footnotes. Please don't try this at home. You don't know enough and we'll get your identity stolen. Comments 6,456. Anonymous writes, Nathan is bi, right? So it's the lurker, ex-girlfriend, beard, or the real deal. Gotti writes, no idea, but she's living. I want to be her friend. Anonymous. I was thinking about Rob's Anonymous stuff, and I was wondering if you'd consider that he was trying to make you think he broke up with Nathan and was leaving Loch Ness, getting a new role, etc. If he can't come out as gay because of his contract, he might be desperate to make us think they've broken up so he can keep his job. That must at least better than nothing. Tiny Shaz. If they broke up, it's because NBC kept trying to closet them against their will and tore them apart. They should sue them or something. I don't understand how it's legal. Anonymous. I live near Rob and Nathan's house, and I haven't seen them for a few days. I think they're both staying with Rob's parents, trying to heal their relationship. That's why Nathan hasn't been turning up for work. Oh my god, the online rumors. This is why I like... This trend popped up a little while ago on my feed where, like, I would see, like, a couple of years ago, I would see teenagers on TikTok reading the, like, what do you even call them? Like, the blinds. Like, oh, so-and-so said that so-and-so did this, or so-and-so. And I laugh and block any account that comes up in my feed in fandom spaces reading those, because it irks me so much when people, like, start internet rumors like this. It's like, guys, we have enough drama going on. Calm the fuck down. Black Betty. I heard that Nathan has been deported back to the UK after his visa troubles. He only managed to get a temporary extension for a stay, and it finally ran out on him. Lilith Fatal says, this is absolutely nonsense. As someone else proved in earlier comments, NBC have called for a filming break. They should be back by Monday for the next filming block. Lucy is at YALC. He's on Twitter and stuff too. I doubt he'd be tweeting if he was in the middle of being deported. See this tweet. Nathan O'Donnell. Only 2 weeks until the new season starts. Who's excited? Hashtag Loch Ness. Fantastic Books AWTFT. That's clearly a PR tweet and cannot be used as evidence of anything except NBC's publicity budget. SOZ. Anonymous. I tracked down a Margot Garcia using the age and hometown mentioned in the article about her journalism award. Here's what she looked like at her middle school graduation. She's Mexican, right? Here's her personal Instagram. She has updated 2 days ago with a photo of herself holding a pug. Oh, look at the pug. Look at how cute he is. Oh my god. Oh, he's so cute. Blind items. Yeah, there you go. The doctor and the lady is also supposed to be Doctor Who. Yeah, I caught that, yeah. Ah, yes, I love Crime and Order. Hello, Hale. Welcome. Driving, but I'll be in chat for real in like 15 minutes. All right, sweet. Oh, look at the pug. Oh, he's so cute. Anyway. I needed a cleanse, but look at his face. A girl and a god. Another from a cinema trip. Margot Garcia. Finally checking out this Marvel thing. Is there any plot stuff I need to know before I jump in with the new movie, Captain Avengers and the Wasp, Black Ant, Return of Loki's Hawkeye, or can I pick it up as I go? You cannot pick it up as you go, girl. My mom asked me a random question about Spider-Man No Way Home, and I was like, I literally cannot answer that for you unless you have, like, an hour for me to talk to you about all the, like, Marvel backstory. Lauren James is too funny. I love this. Welcome back from work. I hope you had a good day. Yeah, that's so fucking funny. My favorite book, finally one that's actually about Loch Ness. My favorite book series has been made into a TV show, and it starts airing season 1 tonight on NBC. Please check it out. It's very wholesome and fun. Deli Garcia. Wow, I have to hear about this enough. Do I really have to see it on the dash too, sis? STU_G. What's it about? Will me and your mom like it? Margot Garcia. Monsters and crime. We can watch it after dinner tonight. Oh, wholesome. I also found the Instagram of her cousin / best friend and her ex-boyfriend from junior year 2. Gotti is in this photo in a Halloween costume. One of the Odder Things characters in an ice cream shop costume. Anxious Alien says, does it weird anyone else out that we're stalking Gotti now? She's supposed to be one of us. Okay, but she's stalking everyone else. I mean, 2 wrongs don't make it right, but also, be mad at all of the stalking, guys. Be mad at all the stalking. I made good money. Yay! That's always a plus. Case 213-CV-45524-PAD document 4 filed 16th of January 2019. Page 210 of 285. Wait, didn't it say 2020 before? Have we gone back in time? United States District Court, Eastern District, California. Annotation for Exhibit H. The footage discussed here of a conversation between Bradley Saffitz and Rob Hennings can be found in Appendix B, Exhibit A-1, as well as footage taken from a nearby CCTV camera that shows the incident from another angle. This footage is a key piece of evidence in the trial. The person who recorded the footage has given a statement confirms its authenticity. A professional lip reading of the incident was interpreted from both pieces of footage can be found in Appendix B, Exhibit A2, which differs very slightly from the transcript in this document. Ooh, it's getting real good, guys. Oh, it was 2018 at the beginning. Sorry, I could have sworn it was 2020. I think I'm just melting my brain. She's supposed to be one of us. It's so interesting because is this sort of mob us versus them mentality? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, there's definitely like mob mentality, mob justice thing going on in fandom and just in online spaces. And it's really creepy when you stop and think about it. It's real creepy. Like, fandoms have this, like, persecution complex for being nerds. Oh, yeah. For sure. For absolute sure. I think that's part of the reason I enjoy following people that are good at... the people that are good at true crime. I like following them because it's nice to remember what, like, real justice is in the real world instead of, like, this weird mob, guilty until proven innocent, she's one of us so we can't dox her but we can dox everybody else nonsense. This is just fascinating. I've spent the last day, chapter 19, acquisition hypothesis. Gotti writes, this is January 10th of 2018. Ooh. I've spent the last day looking for any trace of Rob on the dark web. Surprisingly, I've had some luck. She got on the dark web? Jesus Christ. You know, I don't know how to get on the dark web. I assume none of you know how to get on the dark web. This is a 17-year-old. I've spent the last day looking for any trace of Rob on the dark web. Surprisingly, I have some luck. I'm very aware that time might be running out for this essay as things I'm uncovering seem to be getting more and more illegal, and things I keep doing seem to be getting more and more illegal. I would like to point out, that was my annotation. I wouldn't be surprised if this blog gets filed with a genuine cease and desist notice before long, but until that happens, I'm going to keep posting onwards. Do me a favor, try to run all your online blogs in a way that doesn't get them put in an actual court affidavit. Thanks for being live so I could use stream to find my keyhole in the garage instead of trying to find the light switch. Nice. And it creates, like, this bond between them that can quickly become toxic. Oh, yeah. I know probably most of you don't know the Joe Goldberg books, but I feel like Gotti is an incredibly similar character. Joe Goldberg. Sounds familiar. I don't think I've read them, though. What are they about? I've seen dark things on the web. Oh, yeah, we all have. I think she may or may not be 18 by this time. I don't remember if she mentions her birthday in the blog. Ah. No shit, Margot. Something you found on the dark web is illegal? Color me shocked. Dark web questionnaire. I started my investigations by running a search on the dark web for silent wakes. Rob was using that name on LiveJournal since 2011, so I was hoping that he'd have used the name elsewhere too, but there wasn't anything. I checked the email inbox on his laptop looking for other websites he had accounts with. That way, I'd be able to see what username he had registered, but they all used the username Silent Wakes too, so that didn't give me any clues. In the end, I found Rob using a domain name he registered back in 2014. I ran a search on the dark web for www.silentwakesarchive.ficarchive.com because I knew he'd been caught out using a personal website to host photos once before when he was trying to stay anonymous. Nothing came up for that URL, but I remember that he had another website domain. One thing he brought for his degree he bought for his degree coursework in 2014, www.copyrightsurveyandanswers.com. I found that on his email account as mentioned in chapter 15. The website has been taken down now, but when I ran a search for the URL on the deep web, I found these posts in a forum. He was asking questions for his degree at first. That's how it started. All right. UNAWork 14. Age 21. I was wondering if I could interview someone about how they use the deep web to share copyrighted intellectual property through a pirating and torrenting. It's for school, Anon. Of course, you can fill out the survey here. Mad Max said, interview someone about what they do, why they use the dark web? Why are you studying? What are you studying, kid? The Helper Anonymous web design for low prices. Entrepreneurs set up your business on the deep web with peace of mind. Law. I'm shadowing a lawyer over the summer who's working on a copyright case. I'm writing a paper about the growing ways in which materials are being shared online. Mainly, it's teaching me a lot about torrenting, which I'm not sure is the intended outcome. Tiger Bright says, do you have access to the firm's network? Have they given you a login? This thing. Whoop, never mind. And then UNIWork 14 says, sure, I'm using some client research for my project. They've got a lot of data from the movie company who hires them to take down movie copyright infringements online. Tiger Bright says, if you have access to the network, that means you have access to things I can use. Want a job for some pocket money? And then UNIWork says, will you give me an interview too? And then Tiger Bright says, I'll give you $50,000 USD in Bitcoin. How about that? UNIWork says, if you're serious, deal, obviously. After that, their conversation went private. I can't work out what that means. Why would someone pay Rob money to get access to a law firm's network? Why so much money? This user must be making even more if he can afford that much to a stranger on a whim. Whatever is going on here, I'm going to guess that Tiger Bright paid Rob this amount in Bitcoin, so we're possibly found the origin of the Lily Letters donation. I bet it would have driven Rob mad to have so much money, but in the inaccessible Bitcoin format, he wouldn't have been able to spend it on anything except illegal stuff on the deep web, which isn't much use for a student who needs grocery money. I did notice UNIWork 14 has a shop friended which sells weed, so I imagine at least some of the bitcoins were used for nefarious purposes. Bitcoins? Do you say bitcoins? I'm out of the loop. I know nothing about, all of the cryptocurrencies. Rob must have needed to find a way to get the Bitcoin into his real-life bank account in USD with the excuse for where it came from, just in case the tax man came knocking. Rob was already in the Loch and Ness fandom at the time, so the fake donation route must have seemed like an obvious answer to his problem. I think he got caught a lot earlier than he was expecting, though. If he was earning as much as Tiger Bright offered, the forum posts, he had a lot more money than $13,000 that he needed to get into USD. He just chose that amount because that was the legal limit for a monetary gift without being taxed. I don't know if he ever got the rest of the money out through a different route. This is as far as I've got. I'm trying to find out what Tiger Bright could have wanted to use Rob's law firm access for, but this is by far the hardest piece of research I've ever had to do for anything. The deep web is completely locked down. The whole point of it is to be anonymous. They don't want anyone to know what's going on, ever. For today, I'm calling it quits. It hurts my brain too much. Man, I hope she's got some good web security going on over there. I think the plural is just Bitcoin, too. Netflix series You is based on the Joe Goldberg. Oh, that's why it sounds so familiar. I've seen season 1 and 2 of You. I absolutely have. I know a lot of people don't like that series, but I was very, very invested in it for a while. That's why the name sounds familiar. Okay. Stalker dude who thinks he's just a hopeless romantic. Yep. While Margot thinks she's like this white knight for Nathan. Yep. You do not need to use the deep dark web to torrent LMAO. That's what I was gonna say! Bronson Wright Wolf, how's it going? Good! We're reading more of an unauthorized fan treatise. I hope Margot has some bad karma coming to her. I think it's terrible, but I love it. I've read all 4 books. Oh yeah, like it's definitely like there's a lot in there that's just like, oof. Yikes. I'm not going to say this is a good series, but also, am I here for the drama? Yes, of course I am. All right. Involvement from Nathan's friend Bradley Saffitz. To try and find out more about Rob's mysterious conversation with Nathan's friend Bradley. In the street this week, I tracked down Bradley's social media accounts. He had a really weak password on his Facebook account, and I got access. Bradley had messages from Nathan dating as recently as a few weeks ago. Here's a few excerpts of interest. Several months ago, they had this short conversation. Nathan, great to see you yesterday. Here's the thing. Link to a website to download torrenting software. Bradley, great. Say thanks to Rob. Bradley, asked Rob if I should seed or leech. Okay. Nathan, Rob says you should seed to be nice, but swap to leech if your internet goes slow. I have no idea what that means. Please don't ask any follow-up questions. What do you need this for again? Bradley, gaming stuff. Nathan, not my area then. Bradley, what does Rob use torrenting for? Nathan, I'd rather not know. Bradley, haha, I hear you, and it would be great if you could pass on my headshots to your agent again. I'm not even getting auditions these days. Getting slightly worried about it. I haven't had a job in months. Nathan, I'll email her tomorrow. Don't worry. Something will come along soon. It always does. Bradley, as long as it's before my visa needs renewing, I'm not too bothered. See you at the Galaxy game next week. Then 2 weeks after that, Nathan, did you catch the game last week? Bradley, I did. So close, dude. Next time. Nathan, you should come over and watch the Sunday game here. Rob will be busy with freelance work. Bradley, sounds good, man. I'll bring my trunks. Nathan, hell yeah, we'll get our hot tub on. Bradley, great, I need it. Gotta get my head on straight. The visa plea is driving me round the bend. Things happen going around Swiss. Sorry. Nate, you'll get it. I know. I just heard all of the Australian uprising in the comments. You'll get it. I know you will. They'd be stupid to chuck you out just because you're going through a slow patch. You'll get a job any day now, and it'll be fine. Well, immigration departments in America are just really bad at their jobs, so you can't bank on them not doing anything stupid. They seem to forget that their whole job is letting people immigrate. I can't think about it anymore. Let's just get wasted. Nathan, I wish there was something I could do to help. I feel so guilty dragging you on to out to LA with me. Bradley, haha, it's not your fault. You're earning the big bucks and I'm not. Offer is still open to lend you money if you need it. Bradley. Ah, mate, it's not the money that's the issue. I have savings. It's the income bracket. You know that. Unless you can forge me an employment form, I have no hope, lol. Come over. Let's talk to Rob about this. I'm not sure what freelance work he's talking about Rob doing here. Maybe he means some acting work outside of his contract with NBC, like filming an advert. Then another chat took place between Bradley and Nathan just before Nathan and Rob were seen at the immigration court. Bradley, Nate, I'm still not sure about this. Do you really think it's a good idea? Nathan, Rob has done this before. Trust him. Bradley, I'm risking everything here. I could go to jail if this goes wrong. Nathan, it won't. He knows what he's doing. Nathan, but we can find another way. If you were really worried, you can always fly home and come back next year. Bradley, no, I trust you and I trust him. If he says he's done it before, then maybe it will be fine. Nathan, relax, mate. It'll be over and done with in a few days. Bradley, we'll see. I've not known the immigration office to do anything. A few days that could take a few months. So it seems that Bradley was having visa issues too. What does that mean? Is this connected, or have I totally lost the plot? I'm so frustrated and confused by this whole thing. Everything I learn seems to just raise more questions. I know that I'm so close to an answer. This must all link together somehow, but how? What is this about? Okay, so they were in court for Bradley's visa, not Nathan's visa. It's 3 a.m. and I've been reading forum pages all day, so I'm going to go to bed and try to work this out tomorrow. If any of you have any suggestions on what the heck they're playing at here, I would really, really appreciate it. Meanwhile, Nathan's break from filming has been extended by another week, according to the tabloids. Clearly, I'm not the only one overstretching themselves. He must be sick or something. He needs to take it easy. Or he's dead. This is Margot signing off as she falls asleep on the keyboard. Footnotes. 1. See Chapter 13 for his adventures in community witch hunting, where he was caught hot linking to his fic website on LNN Honesty. 2. I'm not even going to link any of this stuff. I do not want you searching it out. You're just going to have to trust me. 3. I would, though. Torrenting is, while not necessarily illegal itself, usually used for pirating software, games, films, because it's hard to track the source of the data transfers. What was Rob torrenting? He had more money than sense. Surely he could buy any games he wanted, especially with his background in copyright law. I'm so curious, but I have no idea how I could find out something like this. Comment 6,412, Anonymous. This whole thing gives me bad taste in my mouth. Anonymous, I use the deep web a bit for work. Don't ask, so I had a little look, and Tiger Bright has a mailing list at the bottom of his site. Maybe you could see who subscribed and track back. God, he writes, I had a look at this. The mailing list, that thing, didn't check out. Sorry. Anonymous, so Bradley and Nathan were both having visa troubles. Were they at court the same day? Anonymous, maybe R and N were at court to support B? That makes more sense than N having issues with his visa anyway. We only have proof from the tabloids that his was expiring, right? Anonymous. Bradley had a walk-on role in season 1, episode 12 of L&N, right? He was the zombie in the white makeup with the missing eyeball. He's a pretty rubbish actor, TBH. I'm not surprised he's not getting any work. Girl with the pearl iPhone. Oh yeah, I remember that. He was in the behind-the-scenes Blu-ray extra, wasn't he? In the bit where Rob, Nathan, and Anya are giving a tour of the set here at 8:45 minutes in. At 8 minutes and 45 seconds in. Okay. Rob, here we have the props department putting the finishing touches on a very fetching zombie. Brad, sitting in makeup chair, getting prosthetics glued over his eyes. Hello, I can't actually see you. Nathan, this is the kind of torment our actors have to go through to give you the quality content you've come to expect. Brad, all in a day's work for a professional. Anya, I'm so glad I don't have any prosthetics. I get an extra hour's sleep before call time. Brad, is that our Banshee Queen? Anya, yep, looking good, Brad. I brought you a croissant. A croissant. Brad, you are my savior. Rob, over here, we have the costume. Look at this bikini over here. Nathan will be wearing it the next episode. Nathan, that is outrageous lie. It's for the after party. Anonymous, if I were trying to get bitcoins into real cash, I'd spend it on the deep web on drugs and get them sent to Airbnb I rented under a fake name. Then I'd pay some kid to sell them on the street for cash. Foolproof. Rob's a pussy. Okay. Well, all right. Wait, hang on. Let me go back. I'm missing things. It's just entertaining. The best way I know how to describe it is it's like observing insects, like when you get stoned and watch a spider build a web. That's how I feel when I read Joe Goldberg's POVs. The only issue I've heard of is that there's some stuff that he was meant to be like cautionary or vilified, got romanticized, or came too close to romanticize. Yeah, so the point was definitely supposed to be to like take all of these like romance tropes that are creepy and flip them on their heads. And there's definitely been some accusations that particularly the show, I've never read the books, but I do know that the show has been accused of going a little too close to the romanticization of it. On the first season, I definitely don't remember anything of that off the top of my head. I remember a lot of people misinterpreting things that were, to me, clearly supposed to be creepy. But I can't really speak for later seasons, and I haven't watched any of it in a long time. Oh yeah, Flowers in the Attic is just a whole trigger warning. My friend's kid is into One Piece. Season 3 of Righteous Gemstones started tonight. Really good show. Nice. Maddie is apparently still current on One Piece. What is the chance you'll ever read Lord of the Rings on the stream? Probably high. I don't have anything against it. Don't know when we would, but, you know. Yeah, there's a huge amount of triggering things. Sorry, but I'm getting the all these actors are maybe assassins energy. We really don't get to know what's happening for a long time. I hear it specifically in the 3rd season. The season I haven't watched. That would make sense. That you girl boss is a little too close to the sun. Very accurate. Yeah, I have heard some of that stuff, and I haven't seen the 3rd season, so can't vouch for that season. Why are you so obsessed with incest? Yeah, it's a reoccurring theme that I see in far more things that I would like to. All right, chapter 19, estimated timeline of the relationship. I've been pulling too many all-nighters recently and need some time to get my head on straight. This may or may not be the last chapter for tonight, depending on how we feel. Yeah. And then hopefully, we'll be able to finish it in a third stream at a later date. At a slightly later date. I won't leave you guys waiting for too long. I've been pulling too many all-nighters recently, and I need some time to get my head on straight. So here's a post I had saved in my drafts to tide you all over until I can get a real update written tomorrow. As I mentioned, the introduction, it's hard to know the exact timeline for Nathan and Rob started dating based on the... We're back to the dating, okay. Based on the facts that we do have, I want to present my best, most informed approximation of the series of events that formed their relationship from when they first met to now. Some of this is extrapolated from observed events, making logical assumptions about what happened. Other things are just so fun. All my sources are in the footnotes. If something isn't referenced, it's probably just my personal headcanon. My aim here is to give as complete a narrative as possible with every little artistic license. There isn't a fic. I haven't written one of those in a long time, but it's pretty close. Please comment with your own headcanons below. February 2017, Rob and Nathan meet for the first time. Rob is new to professional acting, and Nathan is older, well-established actor who is new to LA, comfortable around a TV set and crew. He takes Rob under his wing and shows him the ropes. They probably message a lot in the early days, getting to know each other as Rob asks questions about the industry. Nathan lives with an actor friend, Bradley Saffitz, in an apartment he's renting in LA with a communal pool in the basement. Rob is still staying with his parents in a converted apartment on over their garage. Before the script reads, they meet at Nathan's apartment to rehearse while Bradley is at an audition. Rob borrows a pair of trunks and joins Nathan in the pool, playfully throwing their line back and forth as they swim, getting into the minds of Jaden and Fang. March 2017, filming begins. As Rob gets used to the new industry, he relaxes and becomes more chatty and flirty, teasing Nathan like we see him do in interviews. Rob has been out since he was a teenager, so I imagine he's open with everyone on set about being gay, even if he isn't allowed to come out publicly to the press. When chatting to Nathan, he mentions his old ex-boyfriend from UCLA, who he broke up with just before he graduated. I imagine that Nathan thought he personally was straight at this point. He'd only dated women until then, and he was in his 30s. Maybe his attraction to the younger man was all subconscious. He didn't know he liked Rob in that way. He just liked spending time on and off set. It might have taken him by surprise how much he wanted to hang out with Rob. Rob is interesting and funny, and Nathan realizes that he has a charismatic personality as well as good looks. He's clever, too. He offhandedly mentions studying law at college when Nathan sees Rob help a publicist to fill out legal forms, he's impressed by how quickly his fingers fly across the keys and how easily he understands the complex, small print. Rob has hidden depth, and Nathan finds himself wanting to know every one of them. April 2017. By now, Rob and Nathan are spending almost every day together. Even when they aren't filming, Rob holds a housewarming party for his new house in mid-April, and Nathan brings a 6-pack of beer and Krispy Kremes. Ooh, I'll take some Krispy Kremes. This has to be one of the cringiest parts. Oof. Fight like Archer versus Archer? What? Oh my god. Oh, thank you, Paolo. That's very sweet. No worries. Good news. Yay! Woo! Well, I appreciate you guys. And remember, nobody has to send me anything. I appreciate it, but don't feel like you have to. Alright. They get drunk together, hanging out by Rob's new pool until long after the last guest drifts home tipsy and warm. They peel off their shirts and go skinny dipping in the pool, laughing and splashing at each other. Rob drapes his arm over Nathan's shoulders, grinning up at the sky as he floats on his back. Oh, so it's literally just fan fiction. Okay. May 2017, filming ends on the first season of Loch Ness. They are contracted to appear at press and publicity engagements when they show premieres in November, but they don't have any major work commitments until then in 4 months' time. For the first time, they aren't going to see each other every day. After a week, Nathan starts pining after Rob and realizes just how much he likes the man. Maybe he texts him with pictures of his food and updates on the bad LA traffic just to stay in touch with him. Rob always replies straight away, sending back anecdotes and pictures of his own. It becomes the best part of Nathan's day. Bradley even comments on how much Nathan smiles now. Now he's always typing something on his phone with a grin on his face. When Rob... Hello? You're good. Come on in.
Hello.
Hi. We're just finishing up our live.
Nice.
Do you need something?
No, just returning the Mickey Mouse TV.
Okay, thank you. Spencer borrowed the Mickey Mouse TV for podcast intro reasons, and he's just in here putting it back, and I just heard a door. You're gonna be really confused by what I'm reading. Don't worry, we're confused too.
Alright.
It's just cringe. Is it a wild Texorcist? Yes, it is the wild Texorcist. Say hi, Spencer.
Howdy.
Spencer says howdy. Alright.
The Mickey Mouse TV has been returned.
Thank you. When Rob asks Nathan over to his new house for the weekend to hang out, he's relieved, but he doesn't know why. The whole weekend feels extra clingy, following Rob around and touching him a lot. He can't help it. One night, when they're drinking and playing pool, Rob mentions a guy that he's casually dating. Nathan felt a twinge of jealousy that he can't explain. He must have reacted a bit oddly because Rob never mentions any men after that. Nathan worries for a while that Rob thinks he's homophobic, and that's why he stopped mentioning it. But Rob talks about hot guys a lot, and that doesn't bother Nathan. Rob seems to know that he just doesn't want to hear about guys that Rob actually is dating. June 2017, Rob starts auditioning for other roles just in case Loch Ness is ever renewed. Nathan films a few guest appearances on shows where he has reoccurring roles. Rob meets him for lunch, bringing the bacon sandwiches and cold beer, which they share in the sun. Bacon sandwiches. Just bacon? Not like even tomato and bacon? Not even like a BLT? Nathan probably finds himself staring at Rob's skin, which is turning golden with a tan from all their trips to the beach. The fine hairs on his arms bleached a pale blonde by the sun. Rob's arms are covered with dark tattoos in black lines of Celtic rope curling up and over his shoulders. There's a flower on his calf in remembrance of his grandmother. One night, he tells Nathan over a gradually warming beer that she died when he was 18. He got the tattoo straight after the funeral. He never got the chance to tell her that he was gay and regrets it. Nathan hugs him and silent and unsure what to say. He holds him for a long moment, sighing against his neck. This is cringe. I hate this. I hate this so much. This is so cringe. Boy, Spencer picked a fun time to walk into the room. My feet are doing all the eggs. Oh, I'm sorry. This real person fanfic isn't even about real people. The fanficception is insane. August 2017, Rob dyes his hair blonde for the summer. Nathan helps him to dye it, rubbing the peroxide into his short curls and massaging his scalp. Rob teases Nathan, asking him if he wants to go blonde too, but Nathan refuses. He doesn't let Rob shave his undercut, neatening up the hairs on the back of his neck with the clippers. Bradley has started giving him knowing glances whenever he mentions Rob, but he hasn't said anything about him yet. Nathan doesn't know how he'll reply if Bradley asks him what's going on. September 2017, the first season of Loch Ness airs on NBC. Rob is suddenly thrust into the spotlight and becomes famous overnight. The success is beyond anything he could have imagined, far more than the few hundred fans he had on LiveJournal. Nathan, who was always been a smaller C-list actor, is envious at first, but his envy turns to pride as he realizes how much Rob flourishes under the attention. Now, how natural and charismatic he is with the press. He's relieved when Rob makes it clear that he still wants to be Nathan's friend and isn't interested in going off with the bigger, flashier actors. Oh shit. Bing headlines. I don't need this right now, but thank you. Hang on. October 2017, by now, the fandom for Loch Ness is getting huge. People are starting to recognize Nathan in the streets every single day. He's starting to feel famous, really famous. Like a real actor, not just someone acting bit parts to pay the bills. He knows that he owes a lot of his fame to Rob, who takes him to all the right parties and gets him popped in the public eye. The publicists at NBC make him a Twitter and teach him how to use it. He's never really used the internet, but he follows Rob and Anya and the rest of the cast and reads their tweets slowly and carefully. When he starts writing his own, it's a shock how many replies he gets and how quickly they come in. But then Rob replies to his tweets and sends him an encouraging DM. "You got this, buddy," and Nathan understands all of a sudden why people do this. He makes Rob take a photo of him in the pool the next time they hang out. Rob manhandles him, positioning him to get the best pose, pushing his sunglasses up into his hair, tugging his swimming trunks an inch lower on his hips. Cringe. When they choose a photo, Rob pretends to swoon over how he is. Nathan can't help but notice that Rob emails one of the other pictures to himself, a version which they decided showed too much thigh to go online. Nathan doesn't mention it. November 2017. In preparation for filming season 2, Nathan starts working out a lot to get back his thick, muscular tone for his role as a werewolf. I really feel like I'm reading the Imagines book again. This is I feel like I had gotten away and now I've been sucked back in. Feigning reluctance, Rob agrees to work out with him, running on the treadmill while Nathan lifts weights. Nathan finds himself watching the sweat spread across the back of Rob's tank top, eyes lingering on the flesh and abs when Rob lifts up the shirt to wipe his brow. He wonders why he notices these things about Rob when he never looks at other men at the gym. Rob will tease him, squeezing his growing muscles in appreciation, saying he's a bear, not a wolf. Nathan doesn't know why he likes it. Cringe. December 2017. I think Rob starts flirting a lot more at this point, picking up on how flustered and flushed Nathan gets when he does. He has probably started to suspect that Nathan is bi and starts slowly feeling him out one step at a time. Can you imagine writing real person fanfiction for the person that is accused of stalking you? The one that you've accused of stalking you? Rob touches his shoulder, wipes crumbs off the corner of his mouth, holds eye contact for longer and longer periods, teasing Nathan until he's so flustered he can barely speak. He drapes an arm over his shoulder while they're drinking with friends, jokingly saying he's holding out for someone like Nathan. He declares that none of the other guys in LA can match up to his wolf. January 2018. Filming starts on season 2, and suddenly Rob and Nathan are spending all day, every day together again. The show is getting huge, and the excitement and pressure builds on set every day. Still, Rob is flirting constantly now. Every time he sees Nathan, calling him babe, telling him that he looks hot, that he wishes he were his boyfriend. It's all genuine mistake. It's a genuine mistake when Nathan accidentally posts an unread text message from Rob on Twitter, which begins, "Hi, babe." At that point, Rob calls him things like that so often it doesn't even occur to him that people would think that he and Rob were dating. To him, it's just the kind of thing that Rob does. He's mortified when it becomes huge news. He's always been a consummate professional, and these headlines are not professional, not at all. NBC are not happy and hurriedly pack Nathan off to media training to help him deal with his new A-lister status. Why did they not do that before is my question, but this is the bad place and none of this is real. Anyway, Rob is told by NBC that he needs to find a girlfriend to dispel the rumor about his sexuality. Nathan tries to explain that they really aren't dating and that it was just a joke, but his publicist advises him to stop talking and find a girlfriend too. It's more of a requirement than a demand like it is for Rob, but Nathan still makes a half-hearted effort to find a date on Tinder. Tinder? No. Celebrities can't go on Tinder. What the hell are you talking about? Teenage person. Okay. He goes on a few dates, but there's no fizzle with any of the women. Fizzle, huh? He always goes over to Rob's house afterwards. He'd rather be hanging out with him. Rob is quiet and miserable, furious about the closeting. After he's dates with a younger actress, he's nothing like his usual jokey, happy self. He stops flirting with Nathan and he feels like something precious and vital has been stolen away. Nathan begins to resent the management at Loch Ness. For the first time, gratitude at being chosen for such a big role turns into annoyance. Rob should be allowed to be happy with whoever he wants to be with. He cares about Rob's happiness more than he suspects he should. March of 2018, Rob is cast as the romantic lead in a gay indie film. He glows with delight, sharing every detail with Nathan. Nathan is happy for him, even though it means Rob will leave LA for 6 weeks filming. When he tells Rob he'll miss him, Rob asks him to come with him. Nathan has the time off and they can hang out in between shoots. There's so many flaws in this thesis. I can't even begin to start. Nathan agrees without even thinking about it. He suggests they can celebrate their 1-year anniversary as they met a year ago. As they first met a year ago. They agree, and then Rob is called onto set with Nathan is still in makeup, getting his fangs and yellow contact lenses put in. He squeezes Nathan's hand and shoots him a secret smile. April 2018. This is so cringe. They spend quiet, relaxing time in Denver together and even find time for a brief road trip when Rob has a few days off. Rob spends a lot of his evenings on his laptop working on legal stuff that Nathan doesn't understand. When he asks Rob, he says that it's freelance work. Nathan finally watches Loch Ness Season 1 all the way through for the first time and is surprised by how much chemistry he can see between Jaden and Fang. Every time I'm reading something extra cringy, I'm like, this is going to be the one day that my parents decide to check in on the live stream, be like, ooh, what's Avery up to on the channel? He pauses the screen and stares at his own face, barely recognizing himself. There's so much heat in his eyes when he looks at Jaden more than he's ever seen on his face before. Even his wedding photos with his ex-wife. They fly home for some publicity engagements when a fan at a panel at Comic-Con asks Nathan if he's single. Nathan can't stop himself from looking at Rob. He doesn't know why they aren't dating, but Rob looks back at him, expression unreadable. Suddenly losing his voice, Nathan shakes his head. He is mortified afterwards. He wishes he was as funny and charming as Rob during press events. For some reason, he can't make himself glow like Rob can. Rob looks like he belongs on a stage. Nathan looks like he should be packing up the set afterwards. May of 2018, Rob asks Nathan if he wants to come on holiday with him during a break from filming to get away from all the press engagements they've had recently. Nathan agrees immediately. He lets Rob make all the bookings feelings, struggling to understand the website. Rob kisses his cheek affectionately, amused. He calls Nathan his old man, then asks if he wants one of the highly complicated English cups of tea, which Rob has finally learnt how to make correctly. Nathan has a very exacting standards. Nathan realizes all of a sudden, that's just called being British. Nathan realizes all of a sudden that he is in love with Rob. He hasn't dated anyone in a year, and now it's finally hitting him that there's a reason for that. He wants to be with Rob for a year. He hasn't been able to think about anyone but him. He decides that while they're on holiday, he's going to ask Rob to date him. June of 2018. The room they're staying in the hotel in the Maldives only has one bed. Okay. Rob holds himself back from making lewd jokes to the receptionist, but Nathan has to pretend to have a coughing fit to hide his laughter because he can see the jokes in his eyes. The first night, they're too exhausted to do more than collapse into bed, but the next morning, Nathan wakes up early and brings back breakfast in bed for the hotel buffet. He steals a rose from one of the bouquets, and the hotel receptionist takes it up. Rob wakes up from the smell of fresh coffee. They eat in bed together, comfortable enough together that they don't need to talk. After they've eaten, Nathan reaches out and takes Rob's hand, stroking his thumb over his fingers, twisting it over to rub his palm. Rob leans against his shoulder and sighs deeply. They pull on swimming trunks and spend the day on the beach. Rob falls asleep, leaning his head on Nathan's stomach and under the shade of the parasol. On the walk back to the hotel, they hold hands. After a long, slow dinner, they walk down the beach and walk through the surf. Nathan pulls Rob closer and kisses him. Thigh deep in the ocean, under the moon and stars. I'm so, my fight or flight. Imagine your grandma listening to this right now. Oh my god. Fortunately, my grandmother does not know how YouTube works. I highly doubt she's listening, but my mom and dad mom and dad, if you're listening, this is cringe. This is so cringe, and it's probably just icing on the cake from the fact that my dad came down right in the middle of me and Gabe sitting on the couch last night after the live stream watching MILF Manor and was so concerned that he did not know what to do, and he turned red and he left. Wait, what did I miss in chat? Gotti, this is not a fic. Lie. Holy mother of RPF. This is the most embarrassing chapter to read for sure. Oh my god. A scalp massage during bleaching would be excruciating. Oh, it would. No, I've bleached my hair twice. It would be awful. Don't do it. Here, and have to wake up early. Y'all have a good night. Don't be sorry. Good night, Paulo. I'm sure you're off by now, but good night. Sorry I missed it. I fucking hate Gotti more about this fanfic than Gotti doing actual crimes. PK do crimes? I know, Ellery. Like, B&E is nothing compared to RPF. It's so bad. I hate it so much. Like, the bling ring used to break and enter all the time. And they were very girl boss and slay. Joking. It's so uncomfortable. I'm so sorry. Gotti, go find your morals, brat. Trying to sleep over here. Sorry. Killing aliens with Nerf. I just pictured aliens made of Nerf. My brain is broken. I am kind of obsessed with Alexis. Nancy Josie tattooed. Oh, nice. The first flaw is calling this heap of delusional ramblings a thesis in the first place. Imagine you cannot just one bed your way through a fucking thesis, Margot. That's the most beautiful new sentence I've ever read. Sorry, Texas. I don't know why I'm apologizing. This isn't me. This isn't my fault. What are my bangs doing? I'm so cringed out. My bangs are doing this like early Hillary Duff thing that doesn't really work on me. Southern sad behavior. Oh, Southern dad behavior. I mean, my dad doesn't really consider himself Southern, even though we've lived here for so long. He's from Miami, but it was pretty funny. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Oh, but we're not done, guys. You think we're off the hook? We're not. July 2018. When they get home, Rob calls Nathan his boyfriend constantly. He is careful in public, but on set at home or with their friends, he's all over Nathan. He tells him between kisses that he thought he'd be waiting forever, that Nathan would never realize he was in love with him. Nathan can hardly believe his luck. Oh, God. I need, like, a security blanket. This is insane. They're warned again by NBC that they absolutely aren't allowed to go public until Loch and Ness is finished airing. An email about it is followed by another message about a touchy-feely photo shoot they've got to do for publicity for the new season. Nathan feels like he's getting whiplash. Rob drags Nathan into a tattoo shop one night after they meet up with Anya for drinks. He demands that they get matching tattoos, and Nathan finds that it's impossible to resist. He suggests stars for the night they first kissed in the sea. They design them together, and whenever Nathan sees his tattoo on Rob's skin, he can't help but thrill with pride. He expects his family to be surprised when he tells them that he's dating Rob, but they all know already. His sister tells him that they guessed at Christmas. He blushes for the first time since he was a teenager when she teased him about it. Does anybody want, like, a really corny, like, typical corny, Hallmarky style, but it's on Netflix, Christmas rom-com? That's gay and adorable, because it's called Single All the Way and has a great cast, and my brother and I put it on thinking that it was going to be so cringe that we could just laugh at it, and then we were like sitting there being like, damn, this is kind of a cute movie. This is just cute. For the first time since he was a teenager when she teases him about it. August 2018, Nathan moves in with Rob, leaving Bradley to rent out the apartment on his own. He keeps the lease, his name contributing to the cost so that it looks like Nathan still lives there. He's petrified that something will come out about their relationship and NBC will fire him. Rob's house is bigger than Nathan's old place, but with all of their possessions mixed up together, it seems so small. Seems too small. They start talking about getting somewhere together, somewhere big enough for a dog, an office for Rob's legal work, and maybe a nursery one day. Nathan's is older, and he's ready to have kids. He's surprised when Rob agrees. He wants kids with Nathan, too. He's waited for him long enough. So, yeah, that's what I think happened. This may be full of assumptions. Maybe? Maybe. Margot, I don't know your middle name, Garcia. But I feel that it conveys the true emotions of the relationship between Rob and Nathan, even if it gets some of the details wrong. Arg, this is embarrassing chapter to post. It's a lot more sensitive than my normal chapters. Be gentle, Margot. Margot, I'm so tired, please. As documented in the behind-the-scenes footage of Loch and Ness Season 1, the pool can be seen in an old rental property listing for another apartment in the building. Take a look at the pictures. The layout of Nathan's apartment is probably similar. Interview from November 17. I only got my own place where my dad got sick of finding my dirty pants down the sofa cushions. There's a picture of this session on Nathan's Twitter. NBC posted a picture of the first day of filming on the Instagram story of their main account on 3rd of March. He said in interviews that he was really nervous at first while he got used to everything. According to Rob's Facebook profile info, he was in a relationship until December 2016. Since then, his relationship status has been set to single. Until Rob, there's not really any evidence of him flirting with guys in the same way. Rob mentioned this in an interview once, claiming he saved the day, a drastic moment of near disaster. Seen in Anya's Instagram pictures, according to IMDb Pro. Transcript from a blurry Instagram live story by Rob from this month. Rob, hey, turn off the music a sec. Nathan, looking over his shoulder. What are you doing? Rob leans back, head on Nathan's chest. Rob, I am so drunk, guys. Oh yeah, get us another vodka, will you, cat? Nathan, are you taking a picture? Rob, it's hey Anya, turn it down. Video. Nathan, oh, hi guys. Rob rolls his head, laughing into Nathan's armpit. The footage goes blurry as he moves the phone. Rob, yelling out of sight, this song is shit, skip it. Nathan, you probably shouldn't post this. Rob, it's already up, don't swear, you're live on Big Brother. Nathan, Rob, turn it off. Nathan wrestles the phone off Rob and frowns at it, trying to work out how to turn it off. Rob drapes over him and ends the live stream. A fan of Nathan spotted them in a park and posted about the sighting on Twitter. Locke and Ness hadn't started airing, so they didn't know who Rob was yet, but it's him in the photo. Again, according to Anya's Instagram, God bless the girl. If her frequent posting as Rob wasn't famous yet, so he was barely ever popped or spotted by fans until Season 1, Episode 1 aired. Rob has been seen spotted at a lot of parties with bigger celebrities, but Nathan is almost always with him. His Twitter likes for the first 3 weeks are exclusively for Rob and Anya. He doesn't actually tweet himself for a month. 17. 18 footnotes. Someone hacked his Twitter account in June. This was the only message between him and Rob on there. Another example of Rob and Nathan's real interactions on Twitter, which is quite enlightening as to the lighthearted type of banter between them. Nathan O'Donnell. Love the new Starbucks fraps. Perfect in this heat. Rob at Nathan O'Donnell. Hashtag spawn. Nathan to Rob. What does hashtag spawn mean? Rob to Nathan. It means you sound like an ad. Nathan to Rob. Starbucks would pay me to drink their drinks? What? Space exclamation point. Nathan's Twitter photo is so... Oh my god, there's more! I can't... Nathan's Twitter photo is so sexy, it has Rob's handiwork written all over it. There is a debate in fandom over whether the photo of Rob with a fan where he's holding his phone shows that a picture of Nathan is set as his phone background. It's pretty blurry, so it's hard to tell. I hope it is. 21. There's literally so many interviews where Nathan talks about his workout routine. Honestly, it's the most reliable documented statement in the whole essay. Interview by Nathan in February 2018. Oh, season 2 is going to be nuts. We've all known we were on to something big from the first day of filming. The scripts are amazing. The cast is absolutely rocking. It's just going to be incredible, and we can all tell it's in the air. Look, this is 2017, 2018. You're on NBC, and I get that it's NBC, but who watches cable TV much anymore? I guess some people, but like, it can't be a very huge show, huge fandom. 23. I honestly don't think Nathan would have been stupid enough to post the hi babe screenshot if they'd actually been dating at this point. 24. A few women sold stories to tabloids about dating Nathan in February 2018, but they didn't have anything interesting to say except that he was very polite and gentlemanly. 25. He posted a picture of them watching Locke and Ness once, and Rob was typing something in the background. 26. Because they must see it too, right? 27. This isn't based on any actual facts. I just had to include this trope somewhere since I know how much Rob liked it in his live journal days. Rob posted a selfie on his Instagram story of him in a beach in sunglasses leaning back against someone, but you can't see who it is. Nathan has mentioned wanting kids in a few interviews. those are the footnotes. Comments, 5,345. Oh, only 5,000 and something. We've dropped. Anonymous, this was so cute. I know it's not a fic, but it hit me right in the feels. This is totally what Nathan and Rob are like. I knew it. I love them. Hufflepuffs are good finders. Ew, erg. RPF always makes my skin crawl. It's so invasive. Anonymous, Gotti, please write some fics. I need more. Shake Mountain said, have you guys seen that Anya's fans are making a scrapbook of letters to send to her? Love that Anya fandom is happily trundling along, completely unaware of the collapse of the Roman Empire is happening next town over. Rosa Rodell, the biggest controversy they've ever had was when Anya posted a sponsored Instagram post without any hashtags, thus violating the advertising standards, authority, regulations. Meanwhile, we're over here grappling with the meaning of good and evil to decide on the inherent moral value of holding Rob accountable for past unethical behavior. Sarah B. Love that for us. Anonymous. I've always assumed R and N had already started dating when the hi babe message happened, but this is way cuter. And that brings us to chapter 20, which I think is where we're going to end for the night. A lead on Tiger Bright is what we have. Chapter 20 is what we have to look forward to next time. For now, I'm going to say we'll read the third and final bit Tuesday. Because tomorrow we have Kingdom Hearts. Go back to sparing poor Anya. Leave Anya out of this. I'm starting to feel better about my own writing. Margot is an idiot sandwich with an extra helping of idiot. Hold the bread. So, like, what's our fan cast for this? What do Rob and Nathan look like? I've kind of been picturing Nathan looking a little bit like Tom Hardy this whole time. I don't know why. As for Rob... I guess a few different people. Rob just kind of looks like generic attractive white boy to me in my mind. I don't know. What do you guys think? She should accept that they are straight and look at the bigger, shadier picture. Oh yeah, I love how she just pivots back to this in the middle of everything else. Like, this is important. The important thing to focus on. Maybe there are some assumptions. Some? Maybe. Margot, there are fewer holes in Swiss cheese than your thesis. I have some fishnet gloves that have less holes in this theory. No, Margot, go back to sparring poor Anya. Margot overestimates the fame of Locke and Ness, TBH. Yeah. Just got home from work. Welcome home, Patrick. Locke and Ness is his woke LGBT agenda. Hufflepuffs are good finders is the only brain cell holder in this entire story. Holy shit. It's been written by Ginger Cats. I'll send you Buffy. Oh, thank you. I love that. Amazing. So we've got, what, 10, 11 more... 11 more chapters if it goes to 30. So we should be able to have a little trilogy and then be done. I just heard Perry come in through her cat door. But I will, since it is 12:33, I will let you guys go. Thank you for hanging out with me and reading this next part. Tomorrow is Kingdom Hearts night for all you Kingdom Hearts fans out there. I didn't read... Good night, everybody. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. On whatever day it is. What day is it? The 18th. It is day 18 of our streaming through June. We're getting there. Over the halfway hump. So... good night, guys. I appreciate you. I will see you tomorrow. Bye.